Excellence. I'm grateful for this opportunity to welcome you to the Nordic Welfare Forum today. This year's overarching theme, Nordic Trust in a Changing World, could hardly be more relevant. Trust. It is a word often described as one of our strongest common assets in the Nordic region. Trust, it shapes our societies, our politics, and our everyday relationships. And when I meet people who have moved to the Nordic countries from other parts of the world, they often say that what they value the most is actually this sense of security, the possibility to shape their own lives, and the trust that exists between people. Trust is something that characterizes the Nordic region. Even early in our history, the state and its legislation were not perceived as adversaries, unlike in many other countries. Today, the Nordic countries have the highest levels of social trust in the world. And that's something that benefits the economy, also benefits the individual and society as a whole. But in a time when the world is rapidly changing, even trust is being tested. Digitalization, climate change, migration, geopolitical tensions, demographic shifts, including an aging population and falling birth rates, they all pose new challenges to cohesion, to security, and to institutional legitimacy. And this really raises many questions. How do we maintain trust when norms change, when society becomes more diverse, and when information and disinformation really spreads in entirely new ways? This year's theme is indeed timely and relevant. We know that high levels of social and institutional trust are not a given. They are a result of long-term efforts. During today's conference, we will hear about trust in the context of our most personal relationships, including a survey showing that many, especially young women, consider it important to share political values with their partner. We will also explore several other important perspectives. We will examine trust as a concept, both in a global context and in our Nordic reality. And we will discuss the conditions required for social cohesion and institutional trust. We will also hear about the long-term challenges facing the Nordic welfare model, where the sustainability of social policy and the green transition are critical issues. We will also address questions of reproductive autonomy and social trust in the Nordic region, questions that deeply affect both individual freedom and societal cohesion. Nordic cooperation has always rested on a strong sense of community and mutual confidence. Through openness, dialogue, and shared responsibility, we have built societies that are not only effective and equitable, but also marked by togetherness and by care. And in this trust between countries and between people, that is really our strength, and which we must now safeguard together for the future. At the same time, we cannot take for granted the welfare that we have created. And that is why the Nordic Prime Ministers, they have adopted a joint vision that the Nordic region, our region, should be the world's most integrated and sustainable region by 2030. So therefore, we must work hard to achieve this vision. But we also see a strong shared commitment to creating a sustainable future for the Nordic region. So with these words, I would like to thank you all for being here, ready to share your knowledge, to share your experiences and your ideas. And I really encourage you all to engage in inspiring discussions and gain valuable insights and inspiration throughout the day. So this was my warm welcome to you all. Thank you.
Karen Elleman,
Dear Nordic friends and participants,
yes,
I'm grateful for this
Secretary General of Nordic Council of Ministers. But now let's create a more festive atmosphere when we open this forum. And for that, I would like to invite on this stage a very exceptional musician who knows how to combine powerful singing, wonderful playing, and of course, very, very meaningful storytelling. Please, warm welcome to Maija Kauhanen. For those maybe who don't know Maija, I will tell that she draws inspiration from old Finnish and Karelian melodies, and she combines it with a temporary expression and rhythms, and her songs often tell the stories of women who fight, love, and survive. So, and also need to admit that Maija is actually winner of the prestigious Nordic Council Music Prize in 2023. So, once again, welcome, and warm welcome to Maija.
Thank you. So hello and good morning. So my name is Maija and I will play you two tunes. The first one is a love song and it's about I think it's a love song like a couple, but also I think the same story goes with the friendship and other relationships. So sometimes there are sunny days, sometimes more dark ones, but when you build your roots deep enough, that feeling and that trust also can carry you through the darker times together. Mä meinasin olla yksin. Mä meinasin olla yksin, mutta ne siniset silmät ja punaiset posket sai minut vietellyksi. Ne siniset silmät ja punaiset posket sai minut vietellyksi. Se kesä oli kuuma ja aurinkoinen ja juhannusruusut ne kukki. Se kesä oli kuuma ja aurinkoinen ja juhannusruusut ne kukki. Sillä pojalla oli olivililuonto ja nauru sen silmistä tuikki. Sillä pojalla oli olivililuonto ja nauru sen silmistä tuikki. Jandoi, jadido, dilladian, teidilladiteita, dilledoi. Jadido, jadido, ja sen pojan kanssa me kuljettiin pitkin taivaan rantaa. Sen pojan kanssa me kuljettiin pitkin taivaan rantaa. Ja kynttilän valossa me mietittiin, mitä elämä eteemme kantaa. Kynttilän valossa me mietittiin, mitä elämä eteemme kantaa. Ja noi, ja didoi, jantilledoi. Ja didoi, ja didoi, jantilledoi. Ja didoi, jantilledoi. Ja didoi. Mutta syksy se saapui ja koivujen lehdet keltaisiksi muuttui. Syksy saapui ja koivujen lehdet keltaisiksi muuttui. Ne syksyn tuulet sun naurusi vei ja pilvet mielesi juuttui. Syksyn tuulet sun naurusi vei ja pilvet mielesi juuttui. Ja noi, ja didoi, jantilledoi. Ja didoi, ja didoi. Ruusunmarjat ne punaisina ohtaa ja lehdet taittaa kultaa. Ruusunmarjat punaisina ohtaa ja lehdet taittaa kultaa. Ruusunmarjat ne punaisina ohtaa ja lehdet taittaa kultaa. Ruusunmarjat punaisina ohtaa ja lehdet taittaa kultaa. Se voiko talvesta selvitä, jos sen juuret ei yllä mulle? multa. Se voiko talvesta selvitä, jos ei juuret yllä multaan ja noin. Ja
Thank you. Tack.
So I started to play kantele when I was a tiny girl, and there are many sizes of this instrument. This is a national instrument in Finland, but of course you can find this kind of similar instruments all around the world, from the Baltics and in other parts of the world. And I fell in love with this kantele model called Saarijärvi kantele when I was a teenager, because it had its really traditional playing style that I play with this tiny wooden stick, also with matchsticks, piece of leather. But I really, really fell in love with this crispy sound. And then my father started to build this instrument for me. There were no places where to buy. So he went to the library and borrowed a book, How to Build a Kantele. And then he really started to build instruments. He's a policeman in his profession, so he built me many, many kanteles, and still we are working together. I always say that, can I have maybe a different color or more strings, or we are trying out different woods, and now I have even the see-through LED light kantele in the process, so it's really fun. So this second tune that I'm going to play you, it's called Pinnalla, and it's based in this really, really tiny, tiny flute melody I found from the archives, and then I composed some new parts to it. So with this tune, I hope you very inspiring day.
Kiitos, tack. Tack.
Thank you, Maija, for your amazing performance and this really wonderful experience. And Maija Kauhanen, yeah, it was very nice to have you here today. And before we start our working sessions, I would like also to invite Kaisa Juuso, Minister of Social Affairs and Health of Finland, to give us guidelines for today's conference and to this really important topic. Please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody, dear guests. It is an honor for me to speak at this conference. The Nordic Welfare Forum is an important arena for addressing current issues related to well-being in the Nordic countries. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the Nordic Welfare Centre for its valuable work and for organizing this event. Social trust and cohesion is one of the main priorities in the social and health sector during Finnish presidency. This issue will also be at the heart of our conference today. It is generally said that it is difficult to gain trust, but it can also be lost very easily. The Nordic countries are considered to be societies with high trust in other people and in public institutions. Indeed, this high level of trust has been called the Nordic gold. It is a fundamental pillar of our welfare societies. But we must not take it for granted. The usual concerns in relation to maintaining a high level of social trust have focused on taking care of disadvantaged people in our societies and on addressing inequality in different life situations based on national solidarity. These also include supporting occupational and functional capacity and enabling social mobility. But our welfare societies face also new risks and challenges that might reduce the level of social trust and social cohesion. Among these new challenges are, of course, the geopolitical situation and the ongoing war in Ukraine, so close to our borders. But we also have domestic challenges such as increasing polarisation, online criminal activity that does not respect national borders, and the segregation of neighbourhoods. Lack of digital skills risk leaving certain groups behind. In addition, the population in Finland shares many health and demographic challenges with our Nordic and European neighbours. Finland's birth rate is at a historic low level, and its population is aging faster than anywhere else in Europe, adding pressure to our Nordic welfare model. Safeguarding our Nordic welfare model is of utmost importance as it increases resilience and our ability to face future challenges and even crises. Citizens' health and well-being, as well as equal opportunities, including gender equality, are the basis of societal resilience. Well-functioning social and health systems support the population's crisis resilience by providing the population with the essential support and services they need. We know that in disruptive situations and crises, the need for services, advice, guidance, and information increase. Now is the time to focus on solutions. Finland is committed to the Nordic Council of Ministers' Vision 2030 and the goal of a socially sustainable Nordic region. Work is ongoing and a lot has already been done, for example, in the field of digital services. To improve healthcare accessibility, digital services are introduced, for example, virtual appointments and remote rehabilitation. Enhancing digital skills through training is also a priority. Moreover, artificial intelligence is used for improving service quality and to support healthcare professionals. In addition, it is important to guarantee that no one is left behind. During our presidency in the Nordic Council of Ministers, we are also emphasizing the rights of persons with disabilities as well as digitalization. In June, the Nordic Ministers of Health and Social Affairs and Nordic and Baltic Ministers of Digitalization published a joint declaration on promoting participation of persons with disabilities through inclusive, fair and accessible AI. In the declaration, we commit to promoting the rights and participation of persons with disabilities in discussions and in decisions on AI at the national, Nordic and Baltic levels. Dear participants, to conclude, social trust and a sense of belonging are vital resources that help sustain resilience in uncertain times. They deserve to be strengthened. In this, the cooperation between the Nordic countries and with our other close partners is essential. Together, we can better safeguard our Nordic gold. I wish you all a successful conference and an interesting day ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. As we heard, we really, in democratic societies, they stay in this crucial juncture where environmental and digitalization transitions meet the crisis of course, geopolitical issues and also economical crisis, and no wonder why in so many countries this question of how to maintain trust has become priority. And this is on what we will focus also in our first session. We'll talk about the trust in Nordics and elsewhere in the world, and what to do in Nordic countries and what is happening to trust elsewhere. First, about the theory of trust, we will hear from a person who knows how to communicate conflict, peace and trust. Please welcome Sami Husa, Communications Associate at the United Nations University. Please, the floor is yours. He led outreach for the World Social Report 2025 and has previously worked in roles with the United Nations in India and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Finland, please.
Thank you. So good morning. Can everyone hear me? Huomenta. Good morning. So yeah, it's a great honor to be here, to be representing UNU-WIDER here in Helsinki. So that stands for the United Nations University World Institute for Development Economics Research. It is a little trivia, the third longest name of a UN agency. And we've been here in Helsinki for 40 years this year. Our core mission is tackling inequality, building peace, and creating fiscal space for sustainable development. So why am I here talking about trust? Because our research shows that none of this is possible without trust. I might need some technical help here. Oh, no. There we go. So my colleague, Professor Patricia Justino, leads our research in this area. She couldn't be here today, but asked me to share some of our work, and I hope I do it justice. So UNU-WIDER recently co-authored the UN World Social Report 2025, which is the UN's flagship report on social policy, together with the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs. And that includes 2 years of study looking at all the data we could find on trust. And the report has a clear message. The world is facing a trust crisis. More than half of the world's people say they have little or no trust in governments. And 1 in 4 people believe that most other people cannot be trusted. So I'd like to share some key insights from that research. Explain how we define trust, what shapes it, how it's changing, and why it matters, especially for sustaining social cohesion. So let me start by clarifying the definitions we're using. Trust is basically the expectation that others will act in ways that help us, or at least don't harm us. It has 2 important dimensions. The first is institutional trust. That's people's confidence in governments, parliaments, courts, police, whether citizens believe these institutions are legitimate. The second is interpersonal trust. That's our confidence in other people, in our neighbors, in our communities, as well as people further away, how we think about foreigners, how we think about immigrants. And this more general sense of interpersonal trust is particularly important for diverse societies. These dimensions usually reinforce each other, and if they do, they would create social cohesion. Strong institutions encourage people to trust each other. And when people feel they can rely on each other, they are more likely to engage in civic life and to support institutions in return. Sometimes these 2 trusts do diverge. Sometimes people may trust close family, friends, networks, but distrust outsiders and institutions. And this can lead to polarization, exclusion, and even social instability. That's something, for example, we see in a country like the United States. Institutional trust has fallen off a cliff, but interpersonal trust has either remained steady or actually grown. But it's become increasingly selective. So this leads to us versus them dynamic. People trust their own side without question, and this deepens divisions in society. So, trust is not static. It's in motion, and its cycles can carry societies upward or drag them down. When trust is high, people are more willing to cooperate, to participate in civic life, and to comply with rules. That reinforces accountable governance, fair taxation, and solidarity, creating a virtuous cycle of prosperity, high trust, and strong social cohesion. That's something we traditionally have seen in the Nordics. But when trust breaks down, the opposite happens. People retreat into in-groups, polarization grows, and insecurity and exclusion deepen mistrust and lead to fragility. So trust isn't just a private feeling, it's something that shapes the direction of entire societies. And crucially, these cycles compound over time. Each gain or loss in trust makes the next step, up or down, more likely. That's why rebuilding trust after it's collapsed is much harder than having not lost it in the first place. So what actually drives trust? Why do people in some societies feel confident in one another and with authorities, and in others, mistrust dominates? The clearest driver we see in the evidence is inequality. On the left chart, we have trust in governments across countries. And on the right, we have a trust in other people. And along the bottom is the Gini coefficient. Higher values mean more unequal societies. On both charts, you can see a pattern. Where inequality is high, trust is low. And the effect is even stronger for interpersonal trust. For institutional trust, the link is still there, but a bit less direct, because it's also shaped by things like crises and regime types. So for example, you can see China and Vietnam, they both have very high inequality, but they have extremely high trust in government. That's something that has more to do with regime type and tight media control than necessary legitimacy. Then you have the more equal societies, Netherlands, Germany, the usual suspects. That's where citizens report both high levels of personal and institutional trust. But as inequality rises, so does trust decline. And this is one of the most consistent findings across all countries, that inequality erodes solidarity, weakens cohesion, and undermines the social contract. And another key factor is governance. Trust thrives where institutions are transparent, accountable, and deliver public services fairly. Corruption is toxic to trust. It doesn't just reduce confidence in government, it spills over into how people relate to each other as well. So in these charts, you can see a pattern. Countries with lower perceived corruption also report higher trust, especially between people. When people believe the system is corrupt, they assume other people can't be trusted either. And related to this, when people feel that taxes are used fairly, public services improve their own lives, their trust in institutions rises as well. So the takeaway is that people don't just care if institutions work well, they want them to work fairly. And alongside inequality and governance, our research identified 3 other forces which shape trust. When people live one misfortune away from poverty, it's very hard for them to trust neighbors, strangers, or governments. On the other hand, when people feel economically secure, like in high-income countries like the Nordics, trust is stronger and social cohesion is more resilient. Call this the winner effect. And shocks like financial crises, pandemics, wars, all of these test whether institutions can deliver under pressure. If a government responds well, trust rises. But if they fail, it can collapse. And importantly, perceptions of fairness matter just as much as actual outcomes. Even if numbers look good on paper, GDP is rising, we have these great statistics, if people feel like they're not being treated fairly, if they think someone else is getting ahead at their expense, trust still declines. So trust is not fixed and it's not cultural. It rises and falls with people's lived experiences of security, governance, and above all, whether they feel that they're being treated fairly. And we've looked at what drives trust, but how do these dynamics play out around the world? So first, across the board, institutional trust is falling pretty much in every region in the world. On the left, you can see the chart which shows that the steepest drops are in Latin America, down 44%, and in Africa, down by about 1/3. Europe has been more stable, though it dipped after the 2008 financial crisis. And globally, the amount of people saying they have no trust at all in government has gone up from 16% in 2005 to nearly 1 in 4 now. And in some countries, it's over 50%. Also, on the other hand, interpersonal trust has held up better. Globally, the share of people saying most people can't be trusted has only fallen slightly from 27 in 2005 to 24% in 2022. But, as I said before, this trust is increasingly limited and selective. Strongest for family and close networks, but much weaker for strangers and people out of the group. And finally, there are also important regional differences. In some high-income countries like Germany, Canada, Netherlands, both institutional and interpersonal trust have actually increased. In some, like the US, UK, and Australia, interpersonal trust has increased or held steady even while institutional trust fell. And in many low and middle income countries, both have declined together. This is the most dangerous pattern because it signals a collapse of social cohesion is occurring. Younger generations are really at the heart of this trust crisis. The data shows a clear pattern. Those born in the 1980s and 90s report the highest levels of institutional distrust. And their distrust has risen faster than any other cohort before. In some countries like Japan, Lithuania, Belarus, Montenegro, the gap between young and old is over 30%. And this isn't just a temporary dip, young people being young people. Each new generation is starting from a lower base of trust than the previous one. This is a structural, generational shift in how people relate to power. And it matters because today's youth will carry these attitudes forward as adults, as voters, as workers, as leaders. In the global south, this decline is even steeper. Young people who face inequality, insecurity, and exclusion often feel like they lack a meaningful voice in society. And that erodes confidence and belief in institutions even further. This generational gap is one of the most urgent warning signs from the research. It's missing some of my icons, but essentially, so we've seen what trust is, what shapes it, and how it's changing. Okay, they're coming back. Nice. So what happens when trust breaks down? What does that look like? First, society gets even more divided. Without trust, people pull back into their own groups. Polarization deepens, and it gets harder to work together. In Latin America, we've seen collapsing trust in governments go hand in hand with mass protests, from Chile to Colombia. In more fragile contexts like Somalia or South Sudan, weak institutional trust has gone hand in hand with recurring conflict cycles. And second, the social contract phrase. Trust is what makes people pay taxes, follow rules, and cooperate with each other. When it erodes, people disengage. In Africa, for example, people who believe taxes are used fairly are far more likely to trust the government. Where that sense of fairness is missing, people stop paying their part. And third, political stability suffers. Trust is foundational for stability. Without it, protests rise, polarization sharpens, and in fragile states, the risks of conflict grow. Fourth, corruption spreads. Where corruption is high, trust is low, and once trust collapses, corruption becomes harder to fight. In countries like Peru, Tunisia, Brazil, more than half of citizens say they have no trust at all in their governments after it collapsed due to various corruption scandals. And finally, free, transparent media helps sustain high interpersonal trust compared to biased and manipulated media, including online misinformation, which does the opposite, fueling polarization. And in the Nordics, media freedom is really central to why this model has been so successful compared to some other places. Then we have more controlled settings. I'm not naming China, but these are places where information is controlled, and even though trust might register high on these surveys, it is not really legitimate. So the takeaway is clear. This is not a dip in confidence. We are really seeing a global trust crisis. When trust breaks down, societies don't just grow cynical, they grow divided, unstable, and fragile, and extremism takes hold. Oh. Okay. So, apologies about the graphics, but what can be done? The good news is that trust can be rebuilt. History shows that when institutions are fair, inclusive, and deliver on their promises, citizens respond with confidence and cooperation. The World Social Report 2025 calls for a new policy consensus based on equity, security, and solidarity. That means action on 4 broad fronts. First, strengthen institutions. Citizens need to see that the rules are fair, corruption is punished, and services are delivered. Fair and competent governance is the most powerful way to rebuild institutional trust. Second is to tackle inequality and insecurity. Visible investments in reducing poverty, expanding social protection and safety nets, and creating decent jobs raise confidence that the system works for everyone, not just a privileged few. The Nordic welfare states show how universal approaches can foster both security and solidarity. Third is to connect society. Free civil society, transparent media are the glue of social trust. And finally, global cooperation. Today's crises cross borders. If governments only act nationally, trust will continue to erode. Rebuilding it requires stronger multilateral cooperation and solidarity at the international level. And across all of these is connecting the younger generations. If young people feel excluded or treated unfairly, no amount of reform elsewhere will restore trust. High trust societies, including the Nordic region, show what is possible, but even they can't run on nostalgia. The lesson is that trust has to be built and rebuilt through choices and action. Thank you.
Maybe one more question from my side, what you just said. Can we see how fast actually that shift is happening when something happens in society, either some kind of concrete events, turbulent events like pandemic, war in Ukraine, and all the other things you mentioned in the presentation? The cause of decline of the trust, we can search in recent years, or actually it's something that happened maybe 2 decades ago? How you would comment on this?
My understanding, trust generally, not huge changes in trust don't generally happen over short periods of time. When you have a population big enough, we see generally more of a steady decline pretty much all the time now when we do these trust studies. But the scale, these studies, which the data sets being used, the World Value Survey and various regional barometers, they generally you don't see big jumps. One exception, though, has been El Salvador. That's a very strange case of a country with a very high inequality, but extremely high institutional trust. I'm sure we've all heard about what's going on in that country. So that is an example of how these strong shifts can happen, and another example of this polarization where, on one hand, certain parts of the population are persecuted. They would not have very much high trust in the regime, but other people do have a very high trust.
So, but otherwise, elsewhere in the world, we can say that something what is happening, the shift actually will be seen in these graphs a bit later. So we are very responsible about our actions now. Thank you, Sami, Husa.
Thank you very much.
And this applause. When we hear that level of trust is declining, of course, it sounds bad. But when we learn what exactly lies behind these words, it becomes really alarming. And how we heard already, there are more in the world who do not trust or trust not enough than people who trust. And what actually this means, especially in OECD countries and also elsewhere, we'll learn from our next speaker. Please welcome Sara Kups, Senior Economist of OECD. Sara will tell us more, about the research done in more than 30 countries. And she is Senior Economist of the OECD's Public Governance Directorate, where she leads the work of trust in public institutions. So, Sara, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the organizers for including me and giving me the opportunity to present selected results from our survey on drivers of trust in public institutions, which we carry out across the OECD and including in all Nordic countries, as well as in most of the Baltic countries in the past, and this year we will start including all Baltic countries. So I usually start this presentation by telling the audience about why trust matters. But I think we've already heard quite a lot about why it matters, so I will skip this point. But just to say that in OECD countries, of course, we're dealing with upper middle income and high income democratic countries in which we like to have, obviously, a good amount of skeptical trust, so trust that is also backed up by trustworthiness of public institutions. And the way we think about trust is that we try to measure, on the one hand, trust levels, as is already done in many other surveys, but our particularity is that we try to understand what lies behind it in terms of the perception of public governance performance in our member countries, both in the areas of the competencies of public institutions, so what institutions deliver, but also the values, so how they deliver in terms of fairness, openness, and integrity. So our first ever cross-country survey was implemented in 2021 and is now being implemented every 2 years. So this year, and we're just going to start the data collection basically right now. We have expanded to 33 OECD countries as well as 3 non-OECD countries. And we are carrying out a regional edition of the Trust Survey in Latin America and the Caribbean. And in the survey, we track trust levels and trust drivers over time, and we also try to look at specific special topics each edition. So last time, our special focus was the information environment. And this time around, we're going to look, on the one hand, at barriers to participation, political participation, as well as perceptions of AI use by public institutions. The survey itself is either implemented by a survey provider that is supervised by the OECD Secretariat, or can also be implemented by countries themselves, and this is in fact the case in Finland, Norway, and Iceland, as well as a few other countries. And our survey is representative of the adult population in the respective country. But turning to the results, what we can see is that trust on average, unfortunately, we're continuing the story from the presentation before, although we're only looking at 2 years, has declined, and that across the OECD, low or no trust in the national government outweighs high or moderately high trust. In Nordic countries, this is slightly flipped around. So on average, across the Nordic countries, 44% of the population have high or moderately high trust in the national government, and 42% have low or no trust. So it's above the OECD average, but even here, we might say, well, maybe those levels could be a little bit higher. We can also, as I said, we can look at the trend over the 2 years that we've gathered so far. And what we see here is that on average across the OECD, there has been a 2 percentage point decline in the share of the population with high or moderately high trust. In some of the Nordic countries, this decline was quite a bit higher. This is particularly true in Norway, Iceland, and Finland, whereas in Sweden, there has been a slight increase. Similarly, we saw a decrease in trust in Estonia, where now the trust level is more or less exactly equal to the OECD average, and an increase in Latvia, although trust there still remains below the OECD average. But on the decline for Finland and Norway, which you might see in the figure, and which looks very extreme, I would like to also point out that Finland and Norway, we carried out the data collection not in 2021, but a year earlier. And you know what happened in 2020, so we think that 2020 was a very exceptional year for trust, in particular in Nordic countries, where people might have been quite happy with how the pandemic was managed, at least compared to other OECD countries. But of course, trust is not constant even within the same country. So different population groups have different levels of trust. We already saw beforehand that younger people typically have lower levels of trust than older people. This is true on average across the OECD. Similarly, women typically have less trust than men, although here again, the Baltics and Nordic countries are exceptions because Estonia, Iceland, and Norway are the only countries in our 30-country sample where women either have equal or higher trust in the national government than men do. So quite big outliers compared to the OECD average in, at least when we look at equality, certainly in a positive sense. And we also see that people with lower levels of education and more financial concerns also tend to have lower levels of trust. But the interesting part for me is that the trust gaps that we see that are associated with either demographic or socioeconomic characteristics, in fact, pale with the trust gaps that we perceive when it comes to perceptions of political voice. So people who feel that people like them have a say in what government does are much, much more likely to have high or moderately high trust in the national government than people who do not. So this is the trust gap that you see on the far left here. We also obviously see a partisan trust gap. So people who voted for a party in power tend to have more trust in the national government. This is something that we think is quite normal. More worryingly, which you can't see in this figure, we also see a partisan trust gap when it comes to trust in the civil service. So this is something that we think is an indication of polarization. But the particularity of our survey, which again, there are plenty of other surveys that measure trust levels, is that we really also try to understand what drives these trust levels, and in particular when it comes to perceptions of public governance. And what we see here is that across the OECD, relatively positive perceptions of day-to-day interactions with public institutions help maintain trust levels currently. So what you can see here is the perception and the satisfaction of recent users of different essential services with these public services. And you can see that across the OECD, a majority of people are satisfied with healthcare, with education, and with administrative services. And in fact, on these perceptions, the satisfaction of essential services, it is really Finland among the Nordic countries that stands out with extremely high satisfaction rates, in some cases above 80%. But even when it comes to day-to-day interactions, we see that there are some areas where public institutions could improve to better meet people's expectations in terms of responsiveness, openness, and integrity. So, for example, we see that around 4 in 10 people, and this is true across the OECD, but also across Nordic countries, believe that they would be able to voice their opinions on a decision affecting their community. And we also see that across the OECD, slightly more than a third, and in Nordic countries, about 1 in 2 people believe that a government employee would refuse a bribe to speed up service access. And for us, this data point on perceived petty corruption is actually quite remarkable, because even in countries where other indicators suggest that petty corruption is low, nonetheless, there are quite a lot of people who, have their doubts. And on these two measures, I would like to mention that in the Nordic countries, so the perceptions of community involvement are much higher in Denmark, where almost 1 in 2 people believe that they would be able to voice their opinion on a local decision, and the perceptions on sort of the ability of civil servants to withstand attempts at petty corruption are particularly positive in Norway, where 56% find it likely that a civil servant would reject such an attempt. But obviously, government is not only in the business of ensuring smooth day-to-day interactions with people. Government also needs to take policy decisions on long-term and complex issues. And it is in this area that, on average across the OECD, we see more skepticism, and this has an impact on trust in different public institutions. So most positively, we see that a majority of people find it likely that government institutions are prepared to protect people's lives in case of a large-scale emergency. And this is particularly true in Nordic countries, where 63% of people find it likely that they would be prepared. But then when we look at some other measures, and there are a few that are listed here, that concern areas where potentially insecurity about what is going to happen is even larger, we are seeing that people are not quite as sure. So, for example, around 4 in 10 people, and again, this is true across the OECD and on average in Nordic countries, though in Nordic countries the average is slightly more positive, find it likely that government is able to adequately balance the interests of current and future generations. And of course, taking decisions on issues with large unknowns and where there might be conflicts between different goods with different things that we would like to achieve, but maybe if we go for one, it might be difficult to achieve the other, is inherently difficult. So there's nothing surprising about a higher proportion of the population voicing less positive opinions about this than when it comes to the provision of essential services. But our data also suggests that in part, the skepticism may be due to people feeling that decisions are not necessarily taken in the public interest, that decisions are taken in a way that is not transparent, and also that they don't know how they personally will be affected by major reforms. So, for example, here you can see that 30% across the OECD and 35% in Nordic countries think that it is likely that government would refuse a corporation's demand that would be beneficial for its own industry, but that might be harmful for society as a whole. So again, on these integrity measures, we're seeing not really stellar values for OECD countries. In the same manner, only 30% across the OECD and only 31% in Nordic countries find it likely that the political system allows people like them to have a say in what government does. And I find it quite remarkable here. We have also an important span in terms of different Nordic countries. So in Denmark, 44% of the population find it likely that they would be able to have a say in what government does, whereas in Finland, it is only 21%. And in Estonia and Latvia, also values are quite low. Complex policy issues also require substantial and robust evidence. And here again, we see slightly more positive values than when it comes to political voice, but again, maybe not quite as high as we would like to see. So again, around 4 in 10 people believe that government relies on the best available evidence, statistics, and data when it takes decisions. So what do we do with these data? Well, I unfortunately do not have time to explain just how we arrive at this figure and all the different intricacies of what it says. But basically, these are all public perceptions of public governance that are associated with a higher probability of the respondent saying that they have high or moderately high trust in the listed institutions. And I would just like to point out a few things. The first one is that when it comes to perceptions of day-to-day interactions, these are more associated with trust in the civil service, whereas perceptions of decision-making on complex policy issues are more associated with trust in the national government. For trust in the civil service, for example, it matters that services are perceived to be of high quality, although this also matters for trust in local government and in the national government, and that they are fair, for example, that personal data are protected. When it comes to trust in the national government, our three most important drivers are perceptions of political voice, are perceptions that evidence drives policy, and the perception that government really takes into account interests of different generations when it makes decisions. So based on these findings, we come up with policy recommendations. I unfortunately do not have time to go over this. I hope some of you might take a look at our reports, but basically just to say that they span these day-to-day interactions to complex decision-making, and they also address the importance of a healthy information environment and good public communication from the side of the government. And just before I finish, I would like to also mention that in addition to the cross-country work, we also carry out in-depth country studies where we rely on the quantitative evidence from the survey, but also on qualitative evidence and background research, for example, through in-depth interviews with country stakeholders. And two of these studies have been carried out in Nordic countries, notably in Finland and Norway, but they were carried out before we had the cross-country survey. So our more recent country studies look a little bit different. The ones in Norway and Finland were really trailblazers that helped us develop the cross-country survey. And of course, we see that Nordic countries are very active also in policy actions to enhance trust, and this is something that we try to foster among our member states and beyond, because now we can also carry out the survey in democratic non-OECD countries. And of course, one day we hope that there will be more country studies in Nordic countries, or also cross-country studies that either compare policy experience in different countries in the region or beyond for particular population groups. But this is the study. You can also find our 2021 report and all the country reports on our website. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sara. Also, one short question. What happens when people from regions from high level of trust move to another region? They maintain that trust, that we can call it, it becomes our mentality or our, I don't know, the way how we look into the other regions, or the vice versa, when people from lower trust regions come to another country, they maintain the same way of...
So we have not actually looked at this question, but we do know that socialization plays a very important role in trust. And in fact, one of our control variables in all the analysis that we do is interpersonal trust, and how much interpersonal trust people have. I think very much a lot of that comes from childhood experience, but of course, then later in life experience can still change how people perceive others and perceive institutions.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And now we move to our third speaker, who will tell us more about what we called already this invisible glue of Nordic societies, or Nordic gold, about the trust in Nordic region. And for that, I would like to invite Jettingard Svensson to have the presentation. He's a professor of political science, specializing in welfare economics, social capital and trust, and he's coming from Aarhus University. So please.
Thank you very much. Thank you also for the invitation. It's a great honor to be here. And you look good. You look wealthy. You look happy. And last but not least, you look trustworthy. And I can give an example to start with. I've been a tennis coach for many years, and when we start, I'll have the children typically warming up, and they'll stand 2 and 2, and one will fall back, and the other one will catch, and then push up again. And Sami, now we meet for the first time today. Can I ask you to catch me up here to illustrate trust? And Sami, now you give your word that you will catch me. Okay? Yes, a word is a word. Okay. Are you ready, Sami? So I'll fall back and you'll catch me. And there is no written contract, no lawyers and anything involved here. It's just the two of us. Are you ready, Sami? Okay, I come. Oof. Thank you. Thank you. It worked. I think you let me fall a little bit, but that was just fine, Sami. Thank you very much. So Sami can be trusted. He's trustworthy. I could have asked anybody in here. You would all have caught me, and I would do the same for you. So we can help each other. We can cooperate, even though we meet for the first time, which is amazing. And that's exactly what we're going to talk about now. This is the Nordic gold, as I call it. This is something really amazing, and that's what we just did here. So first let's talk about the puzzle, and that's good entrance for all science. And what we'll do is something you wonder about. And what we'll try to do now is to make it as simple as possible. That's actually also a main purpose in science, to make things simple, not to make things complicated, so that you'll get something back home that you can use in your everyday work and life. And then try to measure a trust, and I'll specifically focus on social trust today. And then, again, the question has been raised several times now, how to maintain and build trust. We need an understanding how to do it, because in this way we can build a sustainable future, you might say. So the big puzzle here is how come that the Nordic region is so wealthy and also happy. So you might talk about getting to the Nordics. The whole world is looking at us. They talk about us all the time outside, and we don't think too much about it, because this is just how it is, you know. We take it for granted that people can be trusted, and a word is a word, and you know. But no, this is something very exceptional, and we have to be aware of it, because if we don't think about it, and you know, it might disappear, and that's a problem. And actually, at the moment, we are world champions in what are social trust. So therefore, it's no coincidence that Sami, he will catch me, and we can start cooperating immediately. This is cool stuff. And a good example, again, how important the issue of trust has become, is that at this latest World Expo 25 in Japan, one of the main slogans in the Nordic pavilion, and the Nordic countries, they joined forces this year, made this pavilion together, and one of the main slogans here was "One region, a future built on trust." That's exactly what we are talking about today. It's spot on. And the leading social scientists from all over the world, they come to the Nordic region, and because they don't understand what's going on here, they wonder how come we have all this trust, wealth, and happiness. For example, Fukuyama, he comes regularly. And another one here is Professor Putnam from Harvard University, here with his arms crossed. And he's one of the leading social scientists in the world. We cannot pay him to come, so he comes voluntarily, and he wants to find out how come that the Nordic region has the highest level of social trust in the world. And he has a lot of references, about 350,000 references, citations, and that's a lot. So he has actually the chance of winning the Nobel Prize, especially if he finds out why do we have the highest level of trust right here. So what we do together at the moment is
to try to do a project about the roots of trust. And I'll talk a little about it at the end of the presentation today. Basically, I'll present ideas from a new book called Social Trust in the Nordic World. It will be forthcoming in 2026 next year.
So welcome back, and as we heard already in previous session, that trust is something that is, it's not abstract, it's something that we can lose and we can build. And this session will focus on what do we need so we can build and not to lose the trust. We'll talk about the social cohesion and institutional trust from 3 interesting perspectives. And one of these perspectives will also look into the neighborhood and what we can do and what role neighborhood plays in maintaining the trust. And after these 3 presentations, we'll have panel discussion, and you are very welcome to join us with your questions also after the presentations and also during this discussion. And the first speaker I would like to invite, Olli Kangas. Olli Kangas is Professor Emeritus from the former director of the Equal Society Research Program at the Academy of Finland, and will tell us more about trust and why we need it. And all you need is trust is the very nice title of your presentation. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you for inviting me to this board morning session where the male speakers are selected on the basis of their hairdresser. And it seems to be that Putnam also belongs in that very exclusive club. So thank you for inviting me. And then as a kind of introduction to my presentation, I have some reflection what Gert said. I had a possibility to study what happened in Oulu when Nokia Mobile collapsed. In one night, 2,000 Nokia engineers became unemployed. And I had the possibility to interview them. And they said that we don't want to move to the south, to Helsinki. And nobody comes here to help us. We must help us ourselves. And then they said that it was pretty easy because we trusted in each other, so that it was just a handshake. And we didn't need to write formal documents to say that you do this, I do that, and then transactions go in this way and that way, all those formalities. But it was just, okay, we do it that way, and they did. And there was a miracle called Oulu Miracle, and just now the high-tech employment in Oulu is much higher than in the heyday of Nokia Mobile. So that, almost all of those leaders of those enterprises they established, they said precisely the same. It was trust. So all you need is trust, also in economic growth. My presentation perhaps has some connections and reflects what the other guys already had said, but I perhaps dig a little bit deeper in social policy, because my background is in social policy and history of social policy. And I have also studied connections between social policy institutions and trust, on the other hand. And hopefully there's some content in my presentation. I say something about trust in the Nordic hemisphere, and it somehow replicates what has already been said. And then I go deeper in welfare state institutions and social policy institutions and see how we can create trust or how we can lose trust. And we can begin with that what I'm calling here blue-eyed Nordics, because very many Southerners are saying that you are a little bit silly and stupid-minded and easy to fool, because you believe in your institutions and you pay taxes, and some of you even are happy taxpayers. Because here in, I don't say the country name, but here in the Southern Hemisphere, we try to avoid taxes, and only fools are paying taxes. So that it's a big difference there. And I have here what those other guys already told about the personal trust in fellow citizens, and then institutional trust. And the interpretation of this picture is rather simple in that way that within the box there is half of the respondents, and between those whiskers you have 25 and 25%. And in the middle, you see a line here. It's a median value. And as you can see, the variability of trust in the Nordic countries is much more squeezed than in the other welfare state regimes, Central Europe, Central East Europe, and South and Anglo regimes. And also, the medians are rather much higher here, what came out in the previous presentations very well. So that not that much about that. And again here I have those welfare state regimes, and you can see if trust level varies between those who are born in the country and those who have moved in the country. And you can see that in the Nordic countries we don't have big difference between those, actually not at all significant difference between those who have moved outside to the Nordic hemisphere, so that the people trust in our institutions, whatever they are coming, or which regime they are coming from. Of course, it's in that way that, for example, people coming from countries and regimes, they have very low level of trust. They tend also to have a little bit lower trust in institutions also in the northern hemisphere. And when it comes to personal trust, there seems to be a little bit difference between those who are born in the country and those who have moved in the country. And trust is something that travels to some extent with people. And that red line here that popped up, it's those northerners who have moved away from the Nordic hemisphere to other regimes. And as you see here, those northern people who have moved to Central Eastern Europe, they don't trust that much in institutions as they do here. And they trust, for example, in the UK and Ireland in institutions rather much. So that we somehow take a package with us, and then we travel to other regimes with our ideas. And the same goes for personal trust. so that we have a package with us, and there's a legacy of Nordic trustworthiness that travels with us. And then we had a famous ice hockey coach in Finland, and he said that keep it simple, keep it simple. And I kept it very simple, and usually when I have been speaking to my students why people trust in social policy and why they don't trust in social policy, this kind of presentation can get a glimpse, an idea why people trust in institutions and why they don't trust in institutions. For example, in a situation where I don't pay and I don't get anything, it's a fair play in that sense that I don't expect anything. And in the case that I pay something and I also expect that I will get something, it's also fair play. But and it has been in that way in the Nordic welfare state. But there are perhaps more and more feelings now that there are people who participate in financing and they don't get, or they think that they don't get anything, or not at least as much as they are paying in, they will not get in out from the social security system. And that would create legitimacy crisis and lower trust in our society. And also in the same way, people who get benefits, but they are not participating in financing. And for example, in this country, just yesterday, if I remember correctly, there was a huge outcry in the evening press saying that about 30% of social assistance receivers are immigrants. And the proportion of immigrants in this country is 10%. So that there are people who are saying that we have a problem there. And maybe we have a problem if you look at that. But it is said that if we control for the employment status of immigrant, and in that case, the difference between people who are born in the country and who are immigrants, the difference is not that huge. And then we can ask that why the employment level among immigrants is lower than among native or in-born population. So that is it the characteristics of the Finnish labor markets, or is it the characteristics of those incoming immigrants? So that there are lots of questions. But just now, this somehow dominates the public discussion and political discussion in this country. And then, once again, keep it simple. The legitimacy of the social security system is related to the degree of selectivity. And I take a liberty to say something about the Finnish basic income experiment and one result that we got out from the experiment. So people were paid unconditional basic income, and there was no means testing whatsoever, so that they got the money as manna from heaven. And then it seems to be there are problems with selectivity and bureaucratic experience that were linked to the previous system that the basic income replaced. And this affects trust, and both trust in social institutions and generalized trust. And then the unconditional basic income increased those. And I'm not advocating basic income here, but I'm saying that if social institution is pretty good, one can trust in the system, and there's less screening and bureaucracy, and there's a dignity. People are treated with dignity. And that's interesting in that way that, for example, in the German basic income experiment, those people that we interviewed, they said that in the experiment, I got the feeling that I'm somebody, the Ich bin etwas, so that the system treated them with dignity. And then there's a positive relationship in that way that if you ask that if the trust in the Nordic Hemisphere is result of trust for the people, so that people trust in each other and they create trustworthy institutions. I would say that it's a hen and egg question in that way that the trustworthy institutions, they create trust, and that again affects people's mind-setting so that they trust in the institutions and fellow citizens, and it increases institutional trust. So that there's a positive circle going on in that respect. And then to conclude, it's very important that we have procedural justice in a way, and that we have a Rawlsian view of social institutions. So that the Rawlsian view of social institutions means that all those institutions that are creating differences and inequalities in our society, those institutions like education should be open for everybody, because we know that education is also a very strong selective mechanism in that sense that it somehow puts people in different tracks. And those highly educated people have better income, they have a higher level of trust, they have a higher level of health, etc. And therefore education should be open for everybody, so that nobody would be left behind and nobody would be doomed to be in a very, very desperate position they perhaps are. And I think that that openness of society in the Nordic Hemisphere is one key element of trust and high level of trust in institutions and in fellow citizens. And of course there are problems, and my colleagues will later speak about those problems that we are facing just now, so that perhaps the picture I was giving about the Nordic welfare state is a little bit rosy. But anyway, we have done a great job in creating social and institutional trust. And finally, if John Lennon and McCarthy had been sociologists, they had written this kind of article that had been cited by hundreds, thousands, and millions times. Thank you very much.
Problems. Okay, so I wanted to ask if we have questions to Olli, and if you have questions, please raise your hand so we can pass the microphone to you. Feel free to ask and use the opportunity to discuss questions that are interesting to you. See some hands, still time for hands, yes.
So much. Yeah, now it's working. I really agree with everything you said, but I've been thinking a lot about the education side of this, because we see that in the Nordics the trust is, going down, and still we have a very high educational level. And if you compare the level of trust, now the difference is not as big if you compare, if a person is highly educated or not. What do you think about that? Because I think that maybe in the Nordics we thought we were vaccinated because the trust was so, we just had it and we had this high level of education and understanding. So what do you think about that?
Well, I don't know how is it with the other Nordic countries, but at least in this country, according to PISA studies, the role of social background has increased in students' achievements. So that previously Finland was very equal in that sense that those people who were, or children who came from poor families, they had a very high level of study achievements. But now those who are underperforming and who are coming from poor families and backgrounds, they are not performing that well as they did previously. So that I think that the situation is pretty much the same in the other Nordic countries, so that there's a cleavage growing, and I think that it has some impact on our trust. And as our colleagues previously said, that there's a very strong socioeconomic divide in the level of trust.
Okay. Oh, thank you. More questions? Yes, please.
Thanks for the presentation. Are there any studies or have you seen anything around the impact of social media and the high integration of that in our lives, especially after the pandemic, in regards to how we affect the trust?
Yeah, of course, social media is one very, very important device that will expand cleavages between socioeconomic groups and political groups. So that I think that it's something what is perhaps happening also here, what is happening in the States, in that way that political groups or camps are gliding away from each other more and more, and it creates mistrust. And of course, the political parties and politicians who are openly saying that we don't trust in this or that institution, for example, legal institutions. And usually the legal institutions here in the Nordic, they have enjoyed an extremely high level of trust.
Okay, one more question, if there will appear. And then, actually many questions, but maybe time for one question. Somewhere there, yeah.
Yes, thank you. Marko Seppelin from the Ministry of Social Affairs and Health here in Finland. So we have explained that there is a very clear that kind of relationship between the level of inequality and the level of social trust. But what about those cultural factors? Are they somehow also involved so that there is enough mutual understanding, shared culture, how you are brought up, and especially also this role of the social media? Has it changed because it's like a global forum and not restricted to some boundaries or certain areas, so that can they also somehow explain the level of social trust and cohesion in our societies in the Nordic countries?
Oh yeah, and very often it's said that because the Nordic countries are so homogeneous, the trust level is higher because, as they say or argued, for example, very many American scholars who are studying trust, they are saying that, okay, it's very easy for the Northerners because you are so homogeneous. And now, when we have more and more immigrants and more cultural diversity, then it's becoming more difficult. And this said that the Nordic countries not anymore are so homogeneous, and perhaps, for example, Finland never has been that homogeneous as somebody from some political party would argue, so that it's a nostalgic picture of Finland. Finland has always been, we have had many languages here, we have had at least two main religions here, and people coming and going everywhere. So that the explanation that refers to that homogeneity of the Nordic countries is not perhaps that valid. But again, this said, we are perhaps facing a new area in that way that the people who are coming here, they perhaps are coming from low-trust societies, and they perhaps are not, despite the fact that I showed that the people who are coming here, they tend to trust at least more in institutions than here in the Nordic countries than they trust in their own countries. But as you said, that there may be some problems, and I suppose that my colleagues will later elaborate this a little bit more.
Unfortunately, we don't have more time for questions, but it's nice that questions arise. So thank you so much, and maybe after, during the panel discussions, you can come up with your questions as well. We continue our program with a very, thank you, applause, interesting aspect of the connection between neighborhood and areas we live, and how we plan our cities and how it affects trust. And what about the neighborhood? This question will be answered by Oskar Rönnberg, doctoral researcher in urban geography at the University of Helsinki. So please.
Thank you, and it's an honor to be here. Thank you for the invitation. And I will talk a little bit about the neighborhood, and with insights from a recent research project targeting those areas and those people who more seldomly are heard. And I will discuss a bit about how could we strengthen social cohesion and trust where it might be the weakest. But why the neighborhood? So despite globalization and increasing mobility, we still live our lives pretty locally. Most of us have a home, and it is located in some kind of neighborhood. And for lower income groups, their lives are even more locally bound, like within the neighborhood. So what and who we have in the neighborhood affects how we experience our lives. So do we know our neighbors? Do we engage with them in any way? And also, like, what kind of amenities there are in the neighborhood. Green spaces, shops, libraries, etc. Do we spend time in our neighborhood, or do we always go somewhere else? Maybe avoid the other people in the neighborhood. All of these small things in our immediate surroundings of our homes, they affect how we see people and the society. And as you know, we trust the government, and in international comparison, the Nordic countries stand out as societies where people trust each other and the state exceptionally much. And one explanation given is that the strong welfare state cares for everyone, first and foremost with extensive welfare benefits and welfare services. However, lately we have seen that in this case, Finns' trust in these central welfare services that are universal for all of us has declined. While there, of course, are many reasons for that, I think that this is concerning because these institutions are the ones that they are the face of the government for people. It is through the people working in these institutions that people experience the state. And as we already heard in earlier presentations, weakening trust in the institutions can or will lead to weakening trust in other people. And the institutional trust is important because how the institutions work, it mirrors the values of the society at large. So if we feel treated equally and fairly by the state, by the teachers, by the healthcare system, etc., it signals that people can be trusted. And on the other hand, also trust in the institutions that are forming and controlling lives in the neighborhood. They strengthen our feeling of safety and trust in our neighbors. So the declining trust obviously raises the question of whether we are in the same boat. Do we all have equal opportunities within the Nordic welfare state and to live good lives, and do we even have share the same idea of what good lives in Nordic welfare states are? Our societies are now more polarized than before, more diverse than before, and also more segregated than before. So this means that there are more people that are different from us. Many of us have stronger opinions on societal questions and prejudices about others. And we live also increasingly separated from people who are not like us. And then when we look at the the neighborhood, these growing differences between the neighborhoods means that disadvantage is accumulated in some particular neighborhoods, which then directly affects people's equal opportunities. It can, living in a specific type of neighborhood can mean that it is more difficult to get employed if you are unemployed, or to reach a good or high level of education. And in the long run, there is the risk of okay, no? Is this working now? Yes. All right. So in the long run, this can lead to more societal unrest, crime, and mistrust between social groups. These inequalities and fears of unrest, crime, and lack of trust, they concern specifically these disadvantaged neighborhoods with accumulated disadvantage. They are often seen as problematic and they should be fixed somehow. Consequently, segregation is mainly like in the public debate and mainly it's associated with these vulnerable neighborhoods. Although the phenomenon itself, segregation, is at the level of the city region and mainly driven by the choices of more privileged groups who avoid to live in these neighborhoods. So in other words, we are often worried about the vulnerable, ill-reputed neighborhoods, but in reality, we don't know much about how residents of these neighborhoods think about their neighborhood or even society at large. This is a knowledge gap that we try to fill in a Nordic research project which is led by Professor Peter Esaiasson from the University of Gothenburg. And there, in addition to residents of vulnerable neighborhoods, also the increasingly diverse groups of immigrants in the Nordics are seldomly heard in public debate nor in research. So all these groups of people are those who are not reached or by traditional surveys that we also have seen many results from here today. So instead of sending a mail survey as usually, we recruited people face to face in the neighborhoods mainly by knocking doors. We did this in 6 diverse and disadvantaged neighborhoods in Helsinki, Gothenburg, and Aarhus. Here in Helsinki, the neighborhoods were Kontula and Koivukylä. And we managed to get, of course not fully representative, but as representative as it is possible to samples from these neighborhoods with around 800 interviews per neighborhood. And then I will briefly go through some of the key results, mainly concerning the Helsinki case. So, trust in other people in the neighborhood is low in our vulnerable neighborhoods. So only half of the residents, maybe this is high compared to something that we saw earlier today, but only half of the people think that people in in their own neighborhood can be trusted. It's lower than in Finland in general. And particularly distrusting were those who were from Middle Eastern and North African countries. And then also we saw a small group that had very low trust, so on a scale from 0 to 10, 0 to 2, who trusted very little. They were mostly descendants to immigrants, young people, and Muslims. And also, almost half of the residents think that people in this neighborhood don't share the same values, which then, of course, can have a very large impact on your day-to-day life in the neighborhood. What kind of norms are guiding everyday life in the building, for example? So why is trust low exactly here? Possible explanations can be the ethnic diversity, that the ethnic diversity in itself causes distrust in the beginning. When the society is diversifying, people would be more suspicious towards people and cultures that they are not familiar with. Others have argued that it's segregation and not the diversity in itself, that the fact that different groups of people live separated from each other makes it more difficult to trust those who you don't see. Accumulation of disadvantage can also be one reason, and make the social problems visible and in the neighborhood, and that you are unsure about how people will behave in public places, for example. And then also neighborhoods that are changing, as these particular neighborhoods are. The population is increasingly diverse, which means that resident turnover is very high. There is uncertainty about who even is your neighbor, and lack of shared values and norms that guide the everyday life. And the things that explanations that our data show points towards these social problems that are arising because of disadvantage. We see that drug use and drug dealing is a widely recognized problem. Almost all residents have seen it and thinks it's growing. And public drunkenness, in the Finnish case, is very widespread problem. It causes disorder and uncertainty about how other people behave. And due to this, many residents report that they do not feel safe in some places in the neighborhood. And consequently, almost half of the residents below 50 years of age want to move away from the neighborhood within the next few years. And also when we asked openly about the reason to leave, this social disorder was the most common reason. Usually, basically in all research before, the most common reason is that you have a change in your life situation and you need to switch apartments or areas because of that. But now it was social disorder. But then, on the other hand, institutional trust is very strong also in these neighborhoods. So the decline in trust is that there is not a big gap between our vulnerable neighborhoods and the rest of Finland. It concerns only the local dynamics as we see it from our research. So institutional trust is on a high level and in some cases even stronger than in Finland. And in the vulnerable neighborhoods, many immigrants have higher trust in the institutions than do their native counterparts or neighbors have. So maybe this also shows that the worries about emergence of parallel societies in the Nordics, that is maybe not something that we yet can at least see in the most disadvantaged areas of Finland. And when our societies have become more segregated, there has also been increasing interest in how this affects children. And we have seen that also schools have become more segregated, and there are growing differences in educational outcomes. And schools, they get segregated because of the how the mainly the native middle class families are avoiding some neighborhoods and some schools without knowing about the quality of the schools in these neighborhoods. They are just avoided because of the area they are located in. And in the Vulnerable Neighborhood Survey, we could ask the people what they think about their schools, who are living in the neighborhoods and the schools that typically are avoided. And it is true that in the vulnerable neighborhoods, parents do trust their local schools slightly less than in Finland. But those who trust the least are those who only have small children yet, who don't have experience of the school. Then when they have school-aged children, they seem to have rather high trust in the school, which also comes back to the reputation, which was discussed here earlier. And what really stands out here in the Finnish case is how much the immigrant parents trust their local schools. As you see, in Gothenburg, immigrant and native parents are trusting less than those who who are not parents. But here, the immigrants have almost 8 on the scale up to 10, and it is not explained by the frame of reference effect that when you move here you have other expectations, but then when you lived for a long time, you are more like the natives. Okay. But then, when we have a situation where life in some neighborhoods is influenced by distrust in one's neighbors and a desire to flee somewhere else, but at the same time, people do trust the institutions, both the government and those in the neighborhood. How could we, in this situation, strengthen social cohesion and trust? So some neighborhoods are already avoided by many of those who can choose, and when there are problems, such as drug use and public drinking, people feel less safe and want to move away. When this continues, there will be more problems in the future when problems are accumulated in some places and people from different groups, social groups, are not interacting or even seeing each other. And already from our data, we can see that the second generation immigrants, they trust less than others, they feel discriminated, they are more attached to their neighborhood than to Finland. But at the same time, we know that from previous research that middle class living in this type of neighborhoods is quite satisfied. It is good value for money, cheaper housing than elsewhere, good quality housing even, and lots of green spaces. So they are generally nice areas if you can avoid the people who are causing problems. In other words, it's thus very important to seek new ways to stop segregation. So we see that the current methods are not enough. In Finland and in Helsinki, the main means have been to prevent segregation, have been to pursue land use and housing policies that are enabling social mixing, and also other things done to reduce negative effects of segregations on individuals have been done, but that's not enough. So if the problem in some of the most vulnerable neighborhoods is social disorder that makes people want to move away, to avoid central places because they don't feel safe there, then one priority should be to remove those disturbances. But this cannot be done by removing the people from the area and create an hostile environment for hanging out, because then we will ultimately destroy the place. When the problems are related to drugs and alcohol, we need the expertise of social and health care workers that are working in the neighborhoods with with new solutions to how to address these problems. So only national policies that are not tailored to local conditions, they won't change the situation. We need new people and new solutions. 1 minute, okay. So then, lastly, I want to come back to what is a neighborhood and its role for social cohesion. In urban planning, it's not a new idea that the school is the key institution around which a neighborhood is built and sized. And there's 100 years ago, the urban planner from America, Clarence Perry, he visioned that rather than schools being just schools and empty for most of the time, they should be the focal point of the social life in the neighborhood, like a community center type of place with different activities. And in his model, the shops were located at the outskirts of the neighborhood, while then in the Finnish implementation of this neighborhood unit model, the shops were placed at the center of the neighborhood. And now what we see is that most of those shops in the suburban neighborhoods have disappeared, and then we have almost no social life there. So when the schools are the most central and one of the few institutions in many suburban neighborhoods, could their role be expanded beyond the regular school use? That would make sense also when reflecting upon that immigrant parents have very high trust in their local schools. And as it's a place that families already have a connection to and that they trust, there is potential both to support the integration of immigrants and to facilitate positive social interaction in the neighborhood by strengthening the position of the school. There are many examples of internationally of how schools have developed to community schools or community hubs or full service schools, and typically this means at the minimum that the school facilities are opened up for residents for temporary or regular use, but often also to co-locate different services targeted both to families and other residents. But maybe I will stop here because the
Sorry for
said
interrupting you. Just we are really
Yes.
running out of time. But
Yeah.
about schools, we will talk also more in the panel discussion. Maybe actually that will be good point and time to join with questions and comments also from your perspective. Very fast, we're moving forward to the next presentation. Thank you, Oscar, very much. Jon Lapidus will present about the welfare state and senior researcher at the University of Gothenburg, and he will tell us more about the welfare state, and we'll have look into this more history of economics even. Please, so the floor is yours.
Thank you, very nice to be here. One of the main themes of my presentation and also this essay, which I'm describing here, part of a very interesting project. One of the main themes is that the rapid rise of private health insurance in all the Nordic countries today, maybe with the exception of Iceland, is actually reducing or even destroying trust in the public healthcare system. So, for instance, in Sweden, we now have 800,000 people signing up for private health insurance. And what that means is that those 800,000 people, they get faster access to healthcare than other people who are waiting their turn in the queue, in the public queue. And they might have the same needs or even bigger needs than those 800,000 people who come in front of everyone, and often in the same clinic. So there are actually two entrances created to the same clinics in many Swedish and Nordic healthcare centers today. So what we are doing are actually that we are creating a parallel healthcare system with its own infrastructure. And this, of course, goes against, for example, the Swedish Healthcare Act, which states that healthcare should be provided due to needs and on equal terms to all citizens. So this goes against that. In terms of trust, you could say that we are actually today we are creating business interests who have a business interest. Their business ID is actually to reduce trust in the public healthcare. For instance, the insurance companies who put their own product in comparison to the lousy public healthcare. And it also becomes a way for policyholders, individuals, to legitimize their own buying of private health insurance, saying that I'm doing this because the public healthcare system is so lousy, so I need this private health insurance. And we also had this social democratic social minister, Gustav Möller, who was one of the founders of the Swedish welfare model. He said that only the best could be good enough for the people. But now many people start to see that there is a parallel healthcare system which is actually functioning more effective, taking care of only the most able-bodied, the youngest, the richest part of the population. So that sentence is no longer valid. The public system is not longer the best for the people, so to speak. So what we are doing is that we are we are today moving away from what we call the Nordic welfare state. We also call it the universal welfare state, since it was supposed to integrate all classes of society. Some people call it, like Korpi and Palme, the encompassing welfare state. In the most famous categorization, Esping Andersen, he called it the social democratic welfare state. And he put it in contrast to the liberal or the conservative welfare states, which we found, for instance, in the United States, the liberal one, or the conservative in the Southern Europe. But so we are actually moving towards, in the Nordic countries, a more liberal or conservative welfare state. But an even better term, I think, is the divided welfare state. So we actually get two welfare states today in one and the same country. We get one hidden welfare state and one visible welfare state. And the most extreme example of this is, of course, the United States, where you have a visible welfare state. You actually have a publicly funded healthcare for some people, for the older people, Medicare, for the poor people, very poor people, Medicaid. And that gives a totally different connotation of what welfare actually is. In the United States, you say, she is on welfare, or he is on welfare. So it's a stigmatizing thing that you point out certain people who are on welfare. So it gets a totally different meaning. But you have this second-class welfare system, which is publicly funded. And that's the visible one, because it's directly funded, just like in the Nordic countries. You take in taxes and you direct fund Medicaid and Medicare for the old and the poor people. But you also have the hidden welfare state, which is based on tax breaks. Tax breaks for policyholders and for the companies who offer those insurances to their employees. And they are very generous. And they are also a cost to the state, but in a more hidden way. It's a lost tax revenue. It's money that the state should have, but due to the tax break, the state does not receive this money. So it's a big cost for the state. And now we see in Sweden, in Norway, in Denmark, in Finland, that this hidden welfare state is growing. It's growing in healthcare, it's growing in elderly care, in some ways it's growing in the education sector. And it creates a totally different welfare model. And it is growing with the exact same mechanism as it once grew in the United States, I would argue. So how does it emerge, for example, in Sweden or other Nordic countries, in terms of private health insurance? Well, in a practical way, you can say that in Gothenburg, where I am from, we have this Capio Lundby hospital, a hospital in Gothenburg which is privately provided. Nowadays it's sold to Australia, a multinational company who owns not only Lundby in Gothenburg but also Sankt Göran in Stockholm, 140, 150 clinics all over Sweden. Is owned by this Australian company. And this Lundby hospital in Gothenburg. They are striking deals with 2 different agents. They have one deal with the region, with the public funder, Västra Götaland. So they say to Västra Götaland, during the coming 4 years, we will handle your patients in accordance with the public care guarantee, which is like half a year through the whole chain of like treatment. So first you meet a general practitioner, then you meet a specialist, then you get operation or what you need. That will take maximum half a year. But then they strike a deal with all the 20 insurance companies on the Swedish healthcare market, which we have created. We now have a market, you know, before we had a monopoly, public monopoly, so we actually withdraw some sectors in society from the market economy in Sweden and in the other Nordic countries. But that is no more. Now we have a market. So they say to all these insurance companies, your customers, we will take care of them within 14 days, the whole chain. So these patients, they come in half a year, and these patients, they come in 14 days to the same clinics. We're creating 2 different entrances to one and the same clinic, not only in Kups, Lundby sjukhus in Gothenburg, but in more than 1,000 clinics in Sweden. We have this system now. So that's the practical side of it. On a deeper level, we often talk about privatization in general, but it's very different to distinguish between at least 2 different kinds of privatization. Privatization of provision and privatization of funding. And these are mutually dependent on each other in this case. If we hadn't first, already in the 90s in Sweden, started to privatize provision, namely selling out hospitals to private actors, profit-driven actors, then we wouldn't have this rise of private health insurance. And why am I saying that? I'm saying that because you cannot take your private health insurance and go to Sahlgrenska Hospital in Gothenburg or Karolinska Hospital in Stockholm, because they are still publicly provided hospitals, and they don't accept people with private health insurance. So in order to use your private health insurance, you need private provision. You need private provision on all levels of the countries, on all levels of cares, in order to use, if we hadn't had that, the insurance companies wouldn't have anywhere to send all these 800,000 customers. So first comes privatization of provision. This creates possibility for privatization of funding. But we also see the other direction, that the private providers, as time goes by, they become more and more dependent on the insurance companies. First, because they are profit making organizations. They want to spread risk. It might be risky to only have this agreement with the region. They also want agreements with 20 insurance companies. So it's a way of spreading risks, but it's also, and maybe more important, they get more paid from the insurance companies than they do from the public regions. And in the long run, that might create very big problems, like in many American states, where you actually have the right to healthcare if you're poor enough or old enough, but there is no one who wants to see you. Why? Because the private providers in the whole state say that we get much more paid from the insurance companies, so we don't want an agreement with the public side. This has not happened in the Nordic countries yet, as far as I know, but it might be a problem in the future. So there is a mutually reinforcing dependence between public provision and public funding. So how does the hidden semi-private welfare state undermine the visible public welfare state? Yeah, in many ways, and I won't go into all of them because it would take too long. But one thing I can mention is that, of course, the willingness to pay taxes will actually be reduced if people start to feel that I have already solved my healthcare issues through my private health insurance. Why should I then contribute to the public healthcare? Another very important thing is that it's not only the richest people in society who sign up for private health insurance. But on an average, of course, it's not a coincidence that some professors in my institution have private health insurance and the cleaners don't have. So it's, on average, it's of course the most voice-strong groups of societies. And now these voice-strong groups of society, they get like a way out of the system. And this is very nice for politicians. It's blame avoidance, as Weaver wrote a famous article in the 70s, I think. They avoid blame the politicians for not taking care of the public health care. They give this way out to some groups who will then not complain. Maybe those groups who would have been furious, saying that we are paying taxes, high taxes, and we pay most taxes because we are the highest earners of the society. We should have a perfect public healthcare system. Now these groups, they don't care anymore. They already have their VIP access to healthcare, so they don't give a shit about the public healthcare system, and they don't even see the failures of it anymore. So that also creates, it becomes more easy for politicians not to care about the public healthcare system. And there are, of course, many other things. There is a fear of adverse selection. That's insurance logic, that they want to exclude, of course, people who are sick and so on. I have written a lot of debate articles in Swedish media about this, and I often get phone calls from people who are sad that they are not included in these small collectives that the insurance companies are creating on their working place because they had in the 90s a whiplash injury or something. So they are excluded even from those small collective of healthy people who we are creating. Where am I? Here am I. So there are new actors drawn into this. There are, of course, the willing actors, the business and industry, the welfare industrial complex, but there are also more reluctant actors like the unions. And that might be a qualitative step when the white-collar unions in our country start to offer private health insurance to their members. So they come in a very dilemma. They are arguing on the one side that we support, I mean, all unions say that we support the Nordic welfare model. We are so proud of the Nordic welfare model. And on the other hand, they start to tear it apart by offering private health insurance to their members. So it's a very hypocritical and strange situation that they are in today. And actually, when we saw 100 years ago, that was how it started in the United States. Truman and Roosevelt were quite like Bernie Sanders was mentioned here before. They were almost like Bernie Sanders. They wanted to create a Medicare for all in the United States, but the unions had already struck deals with the insurance companies. So USA was stuck in this unequal system already in 1930s, 1940s. And now the unions are doing the same here. Finally, some measures. I mean, there are many different measures and many different levels, and this is the least important level here and maybe the most important level here. So you can stop the public sponsoring of private health insurance by introducing benefit taxation of private health insurance. You can also introduce stop laws saying that Lundby Hospital in Gothenburg, for example, they can no longer strike deals with both the region and the insurance companies. They have to choose sides. And if they have to choose sides today, they will choose the public because they are much more dependent on the public system than they see the insurance companies as a sort of a bonus, most healthcare providers. So that would be an effective way of stopping this development. A third thing could be and it's a much bigger thing, of course, but as I said, it all started with profits in welfare. It didn't start with privatization of funding. It started with privatization of provision. So therefore, ending profits in welfare much bigger step than for instance, a regulation like a stop law or benefit taxation. And finally, I would say that it's very difficult to even imagine or to have a Swedish, a Nordic, a universal welfare model based on trust when we at the same time are increasing the rifts in terms of income, in terms of wealth, because when some people in society have so much money that they don't even know where to spend them, then it's very hard to see that all classes of society should actually feel comfortable in one and the same system. So the biggest step, of course, is to once again try to equalize, try to make incomes and wealth much more equal. And that's, I think, is it's maybe the most important we can do to even accomplish a universal welfare model again, and also accomplish more trust in society. Thank you.
As we are running out of time, maybe we don't have questions to you right now, but we start our panel discussion where you can, of course, come up with your questions. You wanted to pass the microphone. We start the panel discussion right now, and that's why I would like to ask here on this stage 4 more experts to join me. And Eva Lind, please come and take the seat. Eva is member of the Swedish Parliament, member of the Finance Committee, and chairman of the Committee for Welfare in the Nordic region. So please. Also, Eva Biodet, member of the Swedish People's Party of Finland, the Finnish Parliament, and the Nordic Council's Committee for Welfare. So please. Also, I would like to invite here Mats Hernberg, senior researcher at the Finnish Environmental Institute, who formerly worked as the Nordregio Research Institute in Stockholm. So please. And Venla Bernelius. Venla, we also ask you to join, senior specialist at the Finnish Ministry of Education and Culture and the docent of urban geography at the University of Helsinki. So also I will come as well here. And as I mentioned before, we also ask you in audience, ask questions if you want. But first, I would like to ask you all, maybe briefly, tell us from everything that you have heard till now, today, what would you highlight as your key message that maybe can be turned into policy, or for you seems that the really key issue, if we talk about how place where we live and the areas how we plan our cities affect the trust and what can be done and should be done. Venla, I will start with you. Yes.
Of course, plenty that I would love to say, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. Maybe one thing that I would highlight in the midst of this wonderful discussion is that the place really...
But that sounds good, okay.
Yeah, that place really matters. That our neighborhoods are in many ways the kind of interfaces to society for a lot of people. And maybe the kind of policy approach that we can take from research is also that the services really matter, that people in interviews, they quite often they say that they feel left behind when we tend to plan for high quality services quite far away from home. But that 5 kilometers can as well be in the moon for a lot of people. So for many people, the kind of eyes and the sort of presence of institutions in their own neighborhood really matter. And so that is at least one thing that I think we can really take away from all this discussion, sort of policy-wise.
Thank you. Mats, what is your point of view?
Thank you. Yes, I would like to continue from Venla's point. Also being a geographer, I would also depart from the notion of place and especially emphasize the role of the neighborhood, as we heard from Oskar Rönnberg's presentation, that this is crucial. And if we want to deal with the complex issues that we're talking about now, we need to address this from a wide range of different policy areas. ranging from housing policy, social policy, educational policy, and so forth, but also the local level, urban planning, how we create local neighborhoods, what kind of housing we plan and produce. I think that all of this needs to be integrated so that we sort of address this from different levels of governance and planning and from different policy perspectives.
For the policy, we go to Eva's. Yes, you just push that button.
It's ready, Pam.
Yes.
Thank you. Being a politician, I think the geographical sort of point of view actually is easiest. But I think we are much more complex today. And I think that we have many things that we are not taking into account. There's also this blind trust, which actually makes an obstacle for doing things, that we just expect everybody to trust. And for instance, when you look at all the surveys and the indicators, so by average, of course, we in the Nordics still, we have this gold, this heritage of trust, which is higher indeed than in many other places in the world. But still, I think that the measurement should be looking at more different diversities of vulnerabilities and their trust. That's actually the measurement. And I think that also this idea that trust is self-evident, you know, this blind trust is also bad. And I think my experience, for instance, having been an ombudsperson for minorities, for me it was somehow a very big aha moment when I had this young woman who was arrested for financing terrorism, potentially. I never know how things went with her, but she had actually been released. And she had been, I think, 2 days in custody. And she was like really panicking because she thought that she would be left there forever. And I was like, what? You know, if it's wrong, then everything will be solved. You know, you would be angry, but you would not be desperate because you would trust the police and so forth. So I think that we need to be aware that we cannot expect people to trust in the same way with different backgrounds, and that also that it's not an insult when people don't trust us as authorities.
Maybe I will start with it's a lot of feelings going through my head and body this morning, because I feel very happy that we are talking about this, because I think that the question about trust is the core of what's happening in our world and in our countries as well. So this is what we really need to focus on. I feel frustration because I am frustrated that we are letting this gold go away. And I also feel anger that we politicians have not taken the responsibility enough and are not conscious enough of what's happening and not working together, because I think that is one thing that we really need to do. Now we're working very much against each other, but we should work together with this thing. And I think that a lot of things that we are talking about are really, you understand why this is happening, why people or young people lack trust. I understand why. I've been working with young people all my life. I'm a social worker. So I do understand why they are feeling this, but we are not acting, you know, for young people to gain the trust. So this is what I take with me from this morning. A lot of feelings, actually.
If we switch more to this neighborhood issue, and of course we heard as well in presentation, and we talked about how it affects trust, but how actually this neighborhood segregation influences trust, and how could good living space or socially sustainable neighborhood matter in times of crisis? Maybe we can put on this crisis perspective more. What you see the role of neighborhood in these crisis times and preventing or managing these crises? Mats, you are saying something, so I will start with you.
Yes, certainly. I think if we want to talk about having a resilient society, we need to consider all levels of society, including the local level, different types of population groups, different types of neighborhoods. And we see from research that living in if we're talking about segregation, I think it's important to acknowledge that it's not a localized issue. It's not the neighborhood that is segregated, but the city. And it's actually two sides of the coin, the disadvantaged and the more affluent areas. But usually if we're talking about concerns about segregation, it is tied to the accumulation of disadvantage. So vulnerable groups living in certain areas who will then which may negatively affect their prospects of employment, education, living or having access to a healthy living environment, a safe living environment. So sort of not leaving these types of areas behind, ensuring that they are not neglected is paramount to ensuring that we have a resilient society.
Before I ask about the social policies, maybe and how focusing on these issues, Venla, would you like to add from the segregation perspective and management of crisis?
Yeah, I think that was a fantastic point, and kind of continuing to what Eva very well said, that this is a sort of question of very wide trust, and it is like all levels of society. But places that become kind of disadvantaged with segregation, it is a question then of localized distrust and kind of localization of all that, and that kind of matters in itself. It becomes a kind of a power in itself that has an effect. For example, we do know that in many countries that in the most excluded places, people actually, their outcomes are even worse than could be kind of predicted by their own background factors. For example, voting behaviors, voting becomes sort of less frequent, educational outcomes become worse. So that in itself kind of has an independent effect on these crises in a way. So it really becomes a force in itself. So I think kind of very much kind of continuing also then from Matsi's point that this needs to be taken seriously. And I would say also kind of building that resilience up kind of for the times of crisis, especially schools become paramount in that case, because that really is the only institution that kind of reaches the whole age group, the whole of society, and kind of builds up the future. And I think that is, coming from the resilience point, one of our best chances also of building that up.
Shortly before we continue, maybe more with the schools, both Evas, would you like to comment about this crisis and segregation issues from this social policy perspective, why and how we can build them so we can create more sustainable living space?
I think it's a necessary tool to look at, and I'm very happy that in Finland at least the 6 biggest cities are actually following by day to day by gathering data and information about living sort of conditions, not only where you live, in what and in which neighborhoods they are actually accumulating only what you eat, also what you eat, and where the drugs are bought, and all these kinds of really serious vulnerabilities, because of course not one vulnerability is enough. You need to, so I think this is absolutely important, and in Helsinki, for instance, they are directing or allocating more financial resources, which means more adults and more professionals in the schools. But I do agree that it should be sort of also in the planning, it should be a nicer neighborhood, you have to invest. But nevertheless, I would say we have a new thing which is also happening in the finer areas. I mean, this segregation is making divides between people, less understanding between people. We also see segregation between genders at the moment, and I don't actually know from where this comes from, and I actually feel that these are equally dangerous. We are also seeing policies that actually ride or use these animosities, creating exactly saying that the problems are in the vulnerable neighborhoods, whereas it's not necessarily always the case. For instance, when you look at violence or these things. So I think in a way it's equally dangerous to live in a very privileged for a child in a way. Of course, not by looking at the future economy and things like this, but for the society, I think it's really a very bad development.
Yeah, we know, I think that if you compare to other politicians, we know quite a lot about the other Nordic countries, but always you see things from my part of view, that is Sweden, that we can see that the segregation is so high now, people don't meet, so they don't know how other people live in other neighborhoods or other cities. And a lot of neighborhoods and a lot of cities, they feel totally forgotten, you know, as they are not part of the society almost. So then, you know, the trust, the lack of trust is, you know, is of course getting higher, or what you say. But also when the welfare state is cracking, then also it's affecting the trust as well. And if you see that, as we heard one of the last speakers here about, if you see that other people are, you know, just walking, what do you say, in the line, they are, you know, getting the health care that you don't get, of course you feel that you don't trust the society or the system. So that is what we need to do, that we have to find again this, what is the core about the trust and what is the core about the welfare state? How do we have to maybe not rebuild it the exactly way, but build it again? So that is, I think, what we need to do, because nowadays people don't know how other, you know, the same generation or, you know, other generations live. I met a man yesterday, and we have an unemployment in Sweden that is 10%. And he said, I don't understand why you are talking so much about unemployment, because I have never in my life met an unemployed person. So why are you talking about that? You know, so he was just, you know, he understood that there are, but where are they? I have never seen them. So of course this is the big difference, and that is also affecting schools, because some schools don't have the resources to give the students, you know, the possibilities that they should have to live a better life in the future.
The suggestion about the schools, it was in Oscar's presentation, at least one of suggestions was that school in the neighborhood communities should be developed to reshape them to community center-like hubs with different services and possibilities to use the school facilities for different purposes. What are your ideas about should be schools be reshaped to some really additional maybe roles they will play? And maybe Venla, I will firstly ask you, because of your background, how you see how the schools will literally play the role in this segregation minimization.
There have been excellent examples of this already, actually, in all Nordic countries, of schools that kind of play multiple roles that can be also open for the community. And I think there's a lot to be gained in that. And also in really understanding what the dynamics are. There's Marian Wright-Elleman has very nicely said that what you cannot see, you cannot be, kind of meaning that segregation also perpetuates these intergenerational cycles of poverty, because if you live in a house where nobody leaves for work in the morning, if you are in a school that doesn't have pupils whose parents can take you to a museum, or you don't get these ideas, then school in itself has to be extremely good in kind of opening up the world and showing. But I don't think schools can do that alone, kind of based on research either. So there are fantastic examples and opportunities, but it really needs also a kind of wider perspective.
Yeah, and perhaps going back to this and thinking about the local level, in some Finnish cities, this concept of planning multi-purpose centers where you have different types of services in the same building. You have schools, you might have dentist, library, different types of services could be quite good way of trying to ensure that a decent level of services remain in different areas, because as we heard from Oskar's presentation, that in many Finnish suburban neighborhoods, when they were built around a service center where there were shops and different types of services, but as time has passed, many of these services have left. So the school is an important institution locally, and thinking about how the school facilities could be combined with other types of uses could certainly be a way of making the neighborhoods more livable and ensuring better access to different types of public services than for the people who live there.
I couldn't agree more, and I think it's extremely important also to think when you are planning your welfare services or health services that you actually they should not divide people. I mean, those who need more services, they should get. It should be accessible in there somehow in the everyday life in a way, and I think schools are perfect places where young people are. And we have seen many examples, in particular for young services for young people, where this low threshold sort of service provision, be it for abuse or for mental health issues or other welfare, works is much more accessible when it actually sort of blended into the everyday to the other services that actually where all the children or the young people have access. And therefore I truly believe that when we are trying to be really effective and you have to apply and go to different places to find support, it actually is a big obstacle and a divide that segregates and makes you feel in a way lesser. I have in my first experience being a client of a social worker was when I was in adoption queue, and I was really shocked. I had never had to go to anybody and ask for any help. In that sense, I didn't feel I was free deciding, my whole life, and then I had this social worker telling me if I would be the proper parent. I was so angry all the time, but it actually taught me what a difference it is to be reliant on authorities. That it's a completely different matter, and actually the dignity that was spoken about before, I think it's extremely important not to sort of victimize in a way, and therefore I think the schools are actually, and perhaps early childhood care, the best places to reach families and children.
Very short as well comment from you, Eva.
No, I think it's very important. I've been working for that as a local politician a lot, to trying to get the schools as a center in the society and get social workers and everybody to work together. I didn't manage that. We didn't reach that, and especially mostly it was about technical things. But I think it's important, and I know as being a social worker in a school, that you need to, force us together to work together, the teachers, the social workers, that everybody, and then we can do something good for the young people or as we talk about now. Mm-hmm.
So, welcome back, and we continue our conference in the second part of this working session. Will focus on welfare model and trust in times of many crises. In an hour, we'll talk more about the demographic crisis, and later on about the role of civil society organizations, how they can help us to deal in times of crisis. But the first presentation and the keynote speaker, Kenneth Nelson, will tell us more about what things we need to keep in mind when we are thinking about the trust and how we are moving towards more sustainable planet and way of living. The key issue here will be the Nordic welfare model from social policy perspective and green transition. And after Kenneth's presentation, I hope we'll have time to also discuss a few things. So Kenneth, please.
Yeah, we'll see. Thank you. Thanks for the invitation. I think people are still coming in from lunch, which is perfectly fine. Can you hear me if I talk with this distance? All right, cool. So thanks for the invitation. I also want to thank the organizers for giving me a hotel room that was bigger than the average apartment in Oxford. It was amazing. I had to use WhatsApp and the video and show my whole family back home. So thanks. So I'm not going to talk specifically about trust, but basically the whole issue that underlines my message today is about trust, solidarity, cooperation, and those issues. So we all know that in recent times, the Nordic countries and basically all of the European countries have had to step in to resolve a series of short-term crises, which to a large extent, at least to my mind, has meant that the more long-term challenges that face our welfare model have been overshadowed in politics. So we had the global financial crisis. A few years after, we had the refugee crisis, then the global pandemic, and once we thought we were over, we had the Russian aggression against Ukraine and the inflation crisis. But at the same time, which I think is important, is that the long-term challenges for the Nordic welfare model or the Nordic welfare state have not disappeared. I think they even have been growing more important. I know that the next section will be on how we're going to make Swedish young women get more children. So, of course, we have the population crisis of the old age, the aging crisis. We heard that Finland particularly has a problem with that. I will not talk about that today. I just want to do some marketing. You can download these 2 books for free. They are all about the aging populations and how we can solve that problem. Not only in the Nordic countries, but the whole message is that we are in a good position in the Nordic countries to handle it if we just do it well. I will not come back. I will not talk about that today. I will talk about the other sort of long-term challenge that I think are even more important and which I have spent the last couple of years to try to think about. It's basically global warming. And at the moment, we are basically transgressing 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries that we have. If we step over them all, we may be in a state that we cannot revert back. And we may end up in a situation where the whole planet as a habitable space is destroyed. Obviously, we can't have a more fundamental challenge than that. So I think that, my starting point is basically what essentially the Western countries have promised to do when you look at their climate strategies will not help us to reach the goals that all countries agreed on in the Paris Agreement. So essentially, we all need to step up our climate ambitions, also the Nordic countries, and we all know that in this room, right? But the problem is that for many governments, this is really, really difficult, because most governments have many different goals. One goal is, of course, ecological sustainability. But another goal is also economic growth. We had some politicians here, right? You will never get into government in any of the Nordic countries by telling people that we're going to go for degrowth. You're going to get it worse next year than you have it this year. Vote for me. It's not possible, right? So most governments, they want to have the strive for economic growth. I think most governments actually want us to become ecologically sustainable. But most governments also have goals in terms of social equity. The problem is that these goals tend to be contradictory. Economic growth is not good for ecological sustainability, right? So we can slow down economic growth. But then the argument is that's going to hurt the poor people. And there also tend to be conflict between our environmental goals and our social equity goals. And the reason is that many environmentally friendly policies are regressive in nature. They hurt the poor people more than they hurt the rich people. So what we have is basically we have this eco-social growth trilemma, right? And the question is, can we solve this? If you look at many of the scholars in the field, they have the solution, which is we need a completely new welfare state. Forget about the transfer-heavy welfare state like we have, for example, in the Nordic countries. Instead, we should go for universal basic services. They don't mean only free education or free healthcare. They also talk about free energy, free transport, free housing, and so forth. I don't believe in that solution, and that's the problem with this literature. Then the literature is about this, how to solve this trilemma, is pretty much normative character. I think it's important that we think about, okay, what can we actually do here and now? We will not be able to completely change the welfare state in the Nordic countries or in any other country for that matter within the next 30 years. I promise you that. The whole idea with the universal basic services, to me also, I get some flashbacks. I'm not that old, but I had my first travel was in 1989 to the Eastern European countries because that's where the beer was cheapest. And to me, the whole idea with the universal basic services is pretty much a Marxist argument that brings back memories to the communist societies. And actually, I will not mention the name, some of you in the room probably know it, but the whole architect behind the universal basic services was actually a sociologist and a welfare state Marxist scholar back in the 70s. The third problem I have with universal basic services as a main solution to this trilemma is that it forgets about the social transfers. It forgets about economic security, it forgets about social insurance, social assistance, minimum income benefits. So what I have tried to do now in a couple of years is to try to step away a little bit from this normative agenda and rather look at, okay, what kind of policies do we have here and now? And is there any empirical evidence that we can use these policies to partly solve this trilemma? And that's what I'm going to talk about today. Let's see, where am I? So, essentially, I put myself in a very difficult position, right? Because I was planning to have this introduction to the whole thing, which I've now finished. Then I'm going to present 3 studies. Then I'm going to make a conclusion and some looking ahead. And I promise to do all that in 30 minutes. It's Mission Impossible, so I probably need Tom Cruise here. Unfortunately, I think he's back in the US. But I will try to do it anyway, and I'm going to speed up. So I will not be able to go into the details. But I will talk about 3 different studies that all try to tackle this trilemma from different perspectives. So the first one is about carbon taxation, which I think we need to step up, increase carbon taxation if we're going to solve the ecological crisis. The other thing I will talk about is the willingness to pay carbon taxes, basically. And the third one, I want to say something about economic growth and the welfare state. And hopefully by the end of my speech, I hope it's a little bit clear that I think that the Nordic countries are in quite a good position to solve this trilemma without universal basic services. So the first study, we look at carbon taxation. Essentially, of course, we all pay carbon taxation. You do it in Finland, we do it in Sweden. You don't see it, but you pay. And obviously, if you think about the counterfactual that we wouldn't have these carbon taxes, some people would be thrown into poverty by having to pay them, right? So the question here is whether the welfare state and social security could sort of buffer against those poverty risks. This is a very simple figure, but it's quite a unique figure. This data don't exist anywhere. Only this figure took me half a year to produce. Almost broke my thumb because I was doing these repetitive things on my computer. So we had to statistically basically impute data from a number of different data sets into EU Silk micro-level data to get the carbon taxation data in there. So it basically shows you on the horizontal, you basically have income deciles, right? First income decile, that's where you have the really poor people. 10th decile, that's where the rich people are. On the vertical axis, you basically have environmental tax load. Basically, what you pay in environmental taxes as a percentage of the median income in that income decile. So it definitely shows you that carbon taxes are really, really regressive. They load much heavily on the poorer income deciles, which is not surprising. We know that all VATs and everything like that, every tax on consumption is progressive. But here we actually have a measure exactly how progressive these are. And there you have the poverty threshold. So you see that most of the action is actually where the progression is in the system, or regressiveness is in the system. This here shows you in these particular countries the share of the population that ends up in poverty by having to pay their carbon taxes. On the vertical, you have basically environmental tax expenditures. It's basically just environmental tax revenue as a percentage of GDP, and it's a positive relationship. It's not surprising, right? The higher the carbon taxes are in a society, the more people are pushed into poverty. It's a pretty simple equation. But I think it's important to know that if we're going to step up our climate ambitions, these numbers will be much higher in the future. So now the question is, can social insurance then sort of lift them up again? In this case, we'll run a number of multi-level regressions, and these are the predicted probabilities. Basically, in this paper, we're interested in those with just primary education, secondary education, and tertiary education. And essentially, what you can see, if you look at this 70%, that's 70. Poverty defined as those households with an income below 70% of the median income. The 60% poverty threshold is the one that we usually use at the EU level. But if you look at the 70% graph, for example, you see that the red and the green lines are those. The green one is those with tertiary education. They have lowest risk of falling into poverty when paying carbon taxes, which makes sense, right? Then you have those with secondary education. They have higher poverty risks. But you see that on the horizontal axis, you have the generosity of social insurance in terms of income replacement. So if we have a bad social insurance system with quite low income replacement, you're to the left of the figure. Then you see that the difference in poverty risk between those with secondary and tertiary education is really, really high. The distance is huge, right? But as social insurance, income replacement becomes more generous, that poverty risk disappears. We can see that at the 60% poverty threshold again. At the 50% threshold, the effect of social insurance disappears. And obviously it's not there at the 40% threshold either. Because now we're talking about people, households with so low income, so they probably don't qualify for social insurance. But luckily, instead, social assistance kicks in, which is the means tested last resort. But now when we look at the 40% threshold, which are those that are really, really poor, right? Then the social assistance obviously has no effect on those with tertiary education. They are usually not the ones who end up with social assistance. But instead there is a difference, poverty risk difference between those with primary and secondary education. As the blue line and the red line at the 40% threshold. But you see, as social assistance becomes more generous, also that difference disappears. So, the conclusion here, at least that we make in this paper, is that in the future we need to step up climate ambitions. We probably need to increase the carbon taxes quite a lot. That's going to push even more people into poverty. But if we had a good social insurance and social assistance system in place, could counteract that, so that regressive distributive effect, which to us shows that we should not throw out the cash benefits of the welfare state in the discussion about ecological sustainability. These types of policies are also important. In the next study, we look at, because this is just one side of the coin of this trilemma, right? So in this paper we looked at, can the cash policies, cash benefit programs also be important when we think about the willingness of people out there to increase carbon taxation? In this study, we also used social insurance and social assistance. We didn't get any effect whatsoever on social insurance, but we got an effect on social assistance. And we got two effects. One we call mediation and one we call moderation. The mediation is simply that by raising the minimum income floor in society, social assistance reduces the incidence of economic hardship, which in turn may increase support for fossil fuel taxes among those who struggles financially. The moderation hypothesis is a bit more tricky, but perhaps a bit more interesting. When you look at ESS and some other attitudinal data, you can see that there are some, quite a large share of people in our societies that have what we tend to call eco-social human values. Eco-social human values, a person with strong eco-social human values simply cares about the ecological environment, but they also cares about equality and the poor people, right? And the point here is that without an effective system of redistribution, these persons may be in a tricky situation, right? Either they need to go with their eco values, increase carbon taxation and other regressive policies, but that's going to hurt the poor, which they don't want, right? So without an effective, in this case, social assistance system, the expectation is that if we don't have effective social assistance system, a large share of these persons with eco-social values would actually go for the social, not the ecological. Okay? So they need to make a trade-off. So we look at that. This is just the generosity of social assistance, support for increased fossil fuel taxes, and you can clearly see that there is a strong positive relationship. This is just at macro level, but of course we show this in a regression as well. This is the mediation. So the point here is that you don't need to care about the values on the vertical axis. It's just regression coefficients. But it's positive, which basically means that social assistance increase the willingness of people to raise carbon taxation. Okay? But once we plug in self-experienced economic hardship in the model, that coefficient is reduced. In statistical terms, we call that a mediation. It basically shows that social assistance has an effect on the willingness of people to increase carbon taxation, but that effect goes through self-experienced economic hardship. Right? This is the moderation hypothesis with the eco-social values. So here we have two lines. We have one line for people that show strong eco-social values. We have one line for those that show weak eco-social values. And then we have the predicted support for increased fossil fuel taxation on the vertical axis. And you can definitely see that all the action is among those that have strong eco-social values. So it basically shows that the more generous social assistance is, the less likelihood there is that these persons need to make a trade-off. Right? So when social assistance is generous, there is a higher probability that people with strong eco-social values actually want to increase carbon taxation. If the social assistance system is poor, benefits are low, then it's a greater likelihood that people with strong ecological, ecological values would say that, no, we don't want you to increase carbon taxation. Probably because they're going to hurt the poor. But that follow-up question was not in the European Social Survey. So we think that this study again shows that, you know, the cash side of the welfare state actually, again, is important for us if we're going to step up our climate ambitions and try to deliver in terms of fighting global warming. How am I doing? I only have 5. You see how much I have cut from my speech. Anyways, okay. So the next study. This is not published. Oh, sorry. This is not published yet, but we are working on it. It's about this potential contradiction between ecological sustainability and economic growth. So you are probably aware of this degrowth debate, right? And I don't believe in the degrowth debate because I think it's politically impossible to implement in the short term. And we need to start to deliver on the global agenda in the short term. But one problem, even if I don't believe it from a political point of perspective, there is this other problem that I mentioned before with degrowth, is that there is this long-standing argument in economics that economic growth is important because without economic growth, it's mostly going to hit the poor people in society. So economic growth is important in order to lift the poorer segments up the income ladder. So of course, there is this, in the trilemma then, we have this problem, okay, from an ecological perspective, we want to reduce, we can't rely on economic growth, but if we don't rely on economic growth, we may hurt the poor people. And then the question again, if the welfare state can make a difference here. And that's basically what we look at in this study. So essentially what we do in this study is to see if in this particular case we look at social insurance again, and we see that, well, if you have a generous social insurance system in place, then maybe you make economic growth trickle down much more to the poor people than if not. I'm not going to go into the statistics here. It's based on error correction models, which are quite complicated. So we distinguish between short-term and long-term effects. In this presentation, I only focus on the short-term immediate effects. So this basically shows you, here we have income quintiles. Income quintile 1 up to income quintile 5. 5 are the richest, 1 are the poorest. And the first graph, the upper graph, is just basically shows you, I should say, the quintile 1, for example, shows how much income in society that is in the first income quintile, right? So it's the income quintile, disposable income quintile shares. So essentially, you can see that social insurance increase the income shares of quintile, the poorest quintile, but also quintile 2, quintile 3, and quintile 4, but not quintile 5. But you can also see that the effect becomes a little bit weaker when we go up the income ladder. So social insurance definitely has an equalizing effect. But you can also see economic growth, GDP per capita. When GDP per capita increase year by year, you can definitely see that there is a strong positive effect on the first income quintile. That is where you have all the poor people. So of course, if we're going to go for degrowth here, it's going to be a problem. That effect is going to disappear. So the question is whether social insurance can do something. So what we did was simply just to run an interaction between these two. And this is what we find. So on the horizontal axis, you basically have the yearly change in GDP per capita in US dollars, all right? On the vertical line, it basically shows you how much the income share of the first income quintile changes. And then we have different lines depending on whether or not we make the social insurance system more generous or not. Again, we look at income replacement. So definitely you can see, since we have this pattern that goes up like a, oh, I don't know the bird's name in English, sorry. But it definitely shows you that the effect of income growth on the poor people grows much stronger if we simultaneously increase the generosity of social insurance. That's what the pattern shows. But what's interesting is that if you look at the left-hand side, you see that there are negative numbers. So it's the change of GDP, right? So negative numbers basically means degrowth. But you can see that even if we go for degrowth, if we just improve the social insurance system a little bit, there will be no effect, no negative effect of the first income quintile share. So in the end, we basically argue here that the good thing is that social insurance make economic growth trickle down to the poor, but also if we think about it in a degrowth context, we can actually have a little bit of degrowth if we just step up our ambitions when it comes to redistribution and social insurance. Then it will not hurt the poor people. So these were just a few results. That main argument is basically that we don't need, at least to my mind, we don't need to we should not only talk about totally reorganizing the welfare state. We need to look at what policies do we have in place, and can we work with those policies that we already have to increase the possibilities that we can fight global warming. And I think that there is strong evidence that I showed you here that we actually can work with what we have. And the Nordic countries are in a very good position here, because we are, when it comes to social security, we are both universal and we are generous. So if there are these effects, the Nordic countries should be in a much better position than, for example, the liberal welfare economies. Now, I want to hit my home country just in the last minute. When I say that the Nordic countries are in quite a good position here, I maybe should clarify myself that nearly all Nordic countries, are half of the Nordic countries, sorry Iceland is not here, but are in a good position. Sweden is no longer in a good position. This is the income replacement in our major social insurance schemes, and you can see what has happened to the Swedish society. So given the positive effects I've shown you about income replacement in social insurance, if we want to see them in Sweden, we really need to do something. Denmark has always been a little bit of an outlier when it comes to social security. But Finland and Norway are doing pretty good. Social assistance, again, Sweden are not doing it so good. If you are on social assistance in Sweden, you are basically far below the poverty threshold politicians actually have agreed on at the EU level. Denmark are doing better here. Finland, again, are doing really good. Maybe this is because they are the happiest people in the world, right? So anyway, I wanted to give a positive positive look at the future and bring in social security when it comes to fighting global warming. And I think that at least Finland and Norway are in a good position. Sweden really need to do something with the social security system. Thanks.
Thank you, Kenneth Nelson, professor at Oxford University. Thank you for your very interesting speech and presentation. Maybe there are a few questions I want you to ask. Is it like when I heard your presentation, I thought like very simplified maybe solution to many social problems? We have these cash policies and social assistance as the key thing that could help to solve also different other problems.
Yeah. It's too simplified.
Can we?
No, it is simplified. I want to make an excuse, but it's not an excuse. It's basically the way I'm trained. Olli knows this. So I'm basically trained in this way that first you pick out the bad guy, and then you do all what you got to shoot that guy down as much as you can. And I picked my guy in the beginning with this Marxist-inspired universal basic income, and then I tried to fight it down by not throwing out the social security system, but bringing it in again. But of course, it's a very simplified solution, and of course. Not only this will work, we need to do other things as well. But I think the Nordic countries are in a very good position also in other aspects. And I know from political science, I'm a sociologist myself, but I know in political science they do a lot of work on environmental policies. And basically the main results from those analyses is that the countries that have the most ambitious environmental policies tend to be those countries that also have a high degree of corporatism. That is, you have a lot of good cooperation between the social partners. That seems to trigger more progressive environmental policy agenda. And from that perspective, I think also from that perspective, I think the Nordic countries are in a very good position because we are usually the countries that are considered to be really, really corporatist.
But you mentioned this increase in taxation, of carbon taxation, and also willingness to pay these taxes. There was a report in Iceland, and results showed that specifically trust in the state was related to the people's willingness to pay this carbon tax. Can we say that trust in general is the very important thing if we want to reach our sustainable development goals at all? Can we reach these goals without high institutional trust?
No. Now we're going to make an excuse. I'm not a trust scholar, but I've been looking more from the aspect of solidarity. And I think that Olli had your 2x2 table graph, I think was very illustrative. And that's the problem where we end up now in Sweden, is that we have a lot of people that are paying for the public system, and they are not receiving what they think the system should give them, which obviously will make it difficult to finance all of this. And it's the same thing when we did our study on the generational welfare contracts, that we can see that in order to build this trust across age groups, across social classes and everything, well, the key point is basically to satisfy the needs of the middle class, because those are the people that we're going to tax. And of course, then we need to make sure that they believe that what they get from the government will be enough, and also will be there for them. And I think that in In some Nordic countries, we have bigger problems than in others. In Sweden, we have a really big problem with that. We saw it also on the healthcare. Where is he? Oh, yeah. So I don't know. Now I'm doing what politicians and professors usually do when you're questioned. I just go on talking and then I'm hoping you pick up something. But I think essentially trust and solidarity and positive collaboration is sort of behind all this. Although I don't explicitly talk about it.
Before you mentioned this also crucial cooperation between the social actors, especially about the green transition and the sustainable development and environmental problems when we talk and how to solve this crisis. We mentioned generations. And could you maybe explain more from your perspective, how can we build the better cooperation between these generations? Because we usually either blame elderly generations for creating the problem, or we say that actually those who will help us are the children and the further generations. So is there a conflict, and actually can we solve these problems if we don't work as a team already, not only like social partners, but generations as a society as a whole?
I think there is a big problem, and I think there is a big conflict as well. But it's sort of self-sustaining, right? Because I think we see it in politics, we definitely see it in academia. We have the problem of population aging, now we have the problem of global warming instead. And people argue that, okay, now we need to do everything completely different. We can't do what we've done previously. We need to make priorities when it comes to our redistributed commitments, right? And then what you usually do is that you create these conflicts in society. You basically create this zero-sum conflicts or zero-sum games, where basically what the elderly will win is going to be at the expense of the young, or the other way around. And it's the same with the global warming and blaming the old people. So I think we just need to try to get away from those perspectives of analyzing society and focus much more on, okay, but what can we do in order to avoid these zero-sum games, to create positive-sum solutions, where basically all are winners. And to me, when we're talking about the welfare state and governments, it basically boils down to money, right? So we are down there again, that we need to figure out a way to make sure that people actually pay the taxes that we want them to pay. And I want to say something here. This is important. This is something that I cut from our presentation.
So you have a chance now to say it.
But it's important, right? Because there is this argument that, especially in the environmental policy literature or global warming literature, that we can't rely on economic growth anymore because it harms the ecological environment. But we have a problem here because the welfare state is built on the idea of a society with continuous economic growth. I don't believe in that argument. That argument was true in the first immediate decades of the post-World War. Now it's not true anymore. If we look at differences in tax revenue or tax rates among countries, and then we look how much do Western countries need to increase their tax revenue in order to not increase public debt by 2060, we see that the differences here and now in tax revenues and tax rates between countries is much bigger than what countries need in order to sustain themselves financially in the nearby future. So it basically shows you that in many countries, maybe not in Denmark, right? You have the highest taxes, but in the other countries, there is room to increase taxes, but it's impossible if we use those taxes in a way so people don't feel satisfied. So I think it boils down to this question that many speakers in this room have been coming back to all the time, which is not surprising. You know, politics is about money. 90% of the time.
Okay, Kenneth, thank you so much. And once again, applause to Kenneth Nelson. You mentioned climate crisis. We are facing also demographic crisis, and about the demographic and population aging and all the related issues. We'll have the next
session, and this is why I would like to first introduce you to the moderator of the next session, Heidi Orava. Her background is in journalism and communication with a focus on sustainability, communication and reporting also. In the context of Nordic cooperation, she has held strategic communication roles in both the Nordic Council of Ministers and Nordic Culture Point, where she's currently working as a head of communication and sustainability strategist. So, Heidi, the floor is yours. You will present your speakers and also you will have interesting discussion afterwards as well.
Yes, so we'll dive straight into the next session, which is about reproductive agency and social trust in the Nordics. And when we talk about reproductive agency, we've been talking a lot about trust now, so that we don't need an introduction to that. But just shortly, reproductive agency, then we may mean the people's ability to decide for themselves when, whether, and under what circumstances they want to have children. And we have two speakers before the coffee break. And first off is Anna Rotjek, research professor and research director at the Population Research Institute of Väestöliitto, the Family Federation of Finland. Welcome. Rotjek has also served as a demographic rapporteur to the Finnish government, and her current research focuses on reasons for the recent fertility decline. Please join me in welcoming Anna Rotjek.
Good afternoon, good eftermiddag. It's nice to see so many colleagues and friends and even family here, and thank you for a very inspiring day so far. I will talk about fertility trends. There is now a really interesting discussion among demographers that is a crisis, and should we talk about the crisis? I think we all agree that there's unprecedented change and rapid change, and that always creates some worries, but also actually opportunities. And there is actually also some sign of hope in these fertility trends I will first present. I will then, considering the drivers, underline the decline in partnerships and first births among young adults, because that is what is driving fertility decline currently in the Nordics and in many other countries. And then I will give one example from our own research concerning the polarization of childbearing, because what we see now is that those with many resources are also those who want children, plan to have children, and go on having children. And I will focus on our research on loneliness and social support and show how that is tied to childbearing today. So when you talk about reproductive agency, it is absolutely not the case that currently everybody can decide whether or not to have a family. As you said, I also have a kind of policy hat. So my kind of main identity is as a scholar. In this policy hat, I have been doing a report, or actually two demographic reports, first for the Sanna Marin government, then for the current Petteri Orpo government, which has created a whole population policy program. Absolutely nothing has been done, actually, so far, but there are more and more papers, and more talks of a crisis. And this is my first and main point, that let's join forces. So I and my colleagues together created the Finnish reports. My Norwegian colleagues are doing a Norwegian report. Obviously, they have 5 times as many resources and secretaries and double time, but it's a very good Norwegian report. The first has come, the second is to come. And this summer, as many of you know, Sweden launched their report. And nobody from Sweden officially has contacted either the Norwegian or the Finnish reports. So since, as I will say, the drivers are certainly not confined to any specific nation state. This big trend we are seeing is not caused by any specific government. Obviously, part of the solutions will be nation or even regional specific, but let's join forces. This will be my main thing. I would really hope for the Nordic Council of Ministers to create a discussion. Researchers, at least in the field of family demography and sociology, are really, we know each other, we use the same register data, we study each other. That's kind of, we can always have more resources, but that's kind of happening. But I don't see the policy interaction in this sphere. And its fertility is the key enigma, but obviously we have all the other population features as well, so yeah. Okay, I will finish with one more plea about that, but now let's have a look at how the trends look. So here we see the total fertility rate in the Nordic countries during this century. You see that first it went up and then it went down. And the last year is 25, which obviously is not over. And it's a first estimate of how it will look. And interestingly, so it hasn't yet happened because not all babies are even born. But as you see, during the last years, we see some kind of plateauing of the total fertility rate. So this kind of free fall that especially Finland and Norway have been for the last almost 15 years seems to be over for now. Now, as you also see, the typical thing for total fertility rates is to fluctuate yearly. They can go up, they can go down. Sweden has always been known for roller coaster fertility. They are especially up and down. But why everybody was so surprised was that during the first decade of this millennia, it looked like the Nordics were kind of somehow stabilizing and even increasing. And the rest of the world said, yes, they have the recipe. Gender equality, inclusion, all these wonderful universal social insurance things, not too big socioeconomic differences, family-friendly environments, parental leaves, child benefits. We have the recipe. And then happened this crash. So we are much higher than East Asia. We are currently even higher than Italy and Poland and Hungary, which are really going down to 1, but we have very low fertility. And there are no signs that this will increase much. And this means that the usual explanations are not working. And this also means that we have to have a new kind of family policies to tackle this challenge, which could be called, for instance, family formation policies or something like that. Okay, behind this decline in fertility, we see a rise in the mean age of births. Here I show only mothers. So you have the first-time mothers and we have all mothers. You can't see the differences. The take-home is it has been going up. It's lowest in Iceland, which not coincidentally has the by far highest fertility. And it's highest in Finland and Norway, which have the lowest fertility in the Nordics. These trends look extremely similar for fathers. And the thing is that due to biological reasons, the mean age at birth cannot go up too much. There are countries where it is much higher, like in South Korea, but when that happens, you also have a really large proportion of childless people who are not on this graph, because on this graph are only those who did have kids. And what we see in all countries, also in the Nordics, especially in Finland, but even in the Nordics, is that the proportion of childless people is growing. This is especially large for men from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. Now, as I already said, the main driver of fertility decline is a decline in first births. Again, for non-demographers, it's like, you cannot have a second birth before you have a first birth, so it's kind of obvious, but actually it's not obvious. You could have a population where everybody has 4 children and then suddenly they have 2, you have a drastic decline in fertility. That's not what we see. We actually see that the likelihood to have a second, third, or fourth child in our countries is about the same as it has been. And the drastic change is that so many are not having the first child. Then they are obviously not also having the second child, but once they have the first, they are more likely to go on and have the second and the third. That is a sign that our family policies are still working. And unlike many things that you may hear in the media, Nordic parents are basically really happy and relaxed, and they have time for their partners and they love their children. And so kind of many things are working, but it's not enough in this new situation. To highlight this, I take Finland. We are really extreme, so it won't look this bad in the other, or bad, I'm sorry for being judgmental, but it won't look this extreme in the other countries. Here you see women and men a few years ago. It's the whole population by age group. Those in the dark, lower green bar do not have children of their own. So currently in the population in their early 30s, where most children by far are born, half of the age adults do not have children of their own. And this means that in this generation, at least, there just won't be time to have many children. And we will have much childlessness, most of which will be unwanted, as we have studied in my research institute. Is the 2 minutes I see how much I have left? Or? Okay, good. Yeah, then I'm just on time. Yes, and then, so it's especially the young adults who do not have children, which is the big change to previous generations. Behind that is a really drastic decline in marriage. Here you see, just for the sake of simplification, the marital rates among women of prime childbearing age, so 25 to 34 in Finland. It would look the same for men. Here are only heterosexual marriages. And what you see is that for women in their 20s, you have 20 to 24 and 25 to 29, the upper ones, you have a decrease of almost 50%. Now, for a long time, when people were like, oh, marriage rates are going down, I was like, obviously they are going down because we know that the typical way to have a child in Finland is first you cohabit, then you have a first child, and then you marry. And I was like looking at fertility statistics and saying, oh, they are not marrying because they are not having the child, you know. But then I learned things and read more of the very good studies we have had. And what seems to be happening in Finland and Sweden, at least, we know this from Marika Jalovara's research and Gunnar Andersson in Sweden, is that the young adults still form the first cohabitation at about the same age, 25 years or so. Typically, that used to lead either to a child and then marriage and another child, or marriage and a child and another child. That was the typical pattern. In the youngest cohort, the most typical outcome of the first cohabitation is separation. So, and you can see, and that's just a much more complicated curve, and it's more, but behind this is the fact that they are not staying in their first cohabitations, they are not lasting, and they are not getting married, and they are not having either children. And that obviously, just by the time effect, it will have fertility effects on a population level. So when you look at, we have studied extensively the reasons people say for not having children. When you ask people who already have one child, who want to have another, why are you not having it? They are not very strong reasons, and they are the ones you can easily guess relate to family policies. This we can tackle. Although you also see age, because the age barrier is already limited, and that we cannot tackle. But when we ask those who do want children and not have children, the big majority of young adults, why do you not have children, you see the no suitable partner coming as the single main reason for men and women. And I know we will talk more about partnerships, and I think that's extremely important today. Okay, now I will actually just mention, due to time reasons, this study we did. We looked at loneliness and perceived social support among Finns using the Generations and Gender Survey, which you also have really interesting data from many other Nordic countries. I will skip them. The main outcome was that the more social support you have, especially from your family, the less lonely you feel, and especially the less kind of social loneliness you feel, is associated with both wanting more children and planning to have them, and especially in these crucial 26 to 30 years. That ties into social trust, obviously, and the feeling of kind of trust in the future. Oops, sorry. And so to finish, I will repeat my first claim. I really hope we could continue this discussion with scholars and policymakers on the Nordic level, and these, building on my own reports, would be the 3 starting points. We need to take fertility seriously, value it even better. Nordic family policies are great, and we need to keep them and treasure them, but we also need to figure out how to do family formation policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Do we have questions from the audience to this speak? Can I see any hands? Well,
There is a hand.
Ah, there is. Okay, much better than...
I'm just going straight to your last point and saying that family formation policies have to be supported. What would they look like concretely?
Good. Now I got another 20 minutes. So it's again, I made this report for the Ministry of Social Health. In the big wisdom, they decided to publish it only in Finnish. I'm trying to, there's a ChatGPT version circulating, which I'm planning to publish it in English too. I made 20 very practical suggestions. Of them, the most deal with family formation policies. And these would need, and I know in the Norwegian port with Ranveig Kart-Halledid, she also had similar suggestions. They deal with the obvious ones: education, secure jobs, housing, but they also deal with new things. For instance, digital well-being. That's a separate part, but the mental health problems we see among young adults are partly in specific demographics due to excessive social media use, and we could support them and help them. Also support to partnerships. In Finland, if I have a child and I'm having problems with my partner, happens to be sitting there, by the way, then we have at least a chance to get family therapy. But if I'm childless, I don't. So why is that? One very important thing, which is now being discussed at the high level, is that maybe we should focus on the timing of the first birth and try to support younger parents better by, for instance, increasing radically the amount of for instance, the child benefit for the first child. And interestingly, Martin Kolk, a family demographer in Sweden, whom you may know, has suggested something very similar in Dagens Nyheter recently. So, as it is now, many things, even in the leave policies, favor postponing childbirth. And we know that people are poorest when they have a child young, and young is below 30. So, I mean, reproductively, it's not very young. But anyway, so I had also about the timing. And here, our what is Kela? There's a big high-level discussion about changing the child benefits, perhaps. But at the same time, they are saying they should reduce child benefits on the other end, and then I'm like, prioritize all families with children, that's absolutely not what you should do. So you have to stand on two legs. I think we really, at least in Finland, we really need to defend the existing family policies and improve the services, but we also need to think new things about timing, about cultural support to family formation.
Thank you so much for enlightening us on these really complex, or this really complex subject. A warm round of applause to Anna. And it's time for our next speaker, who will tell us about the connection between paid parental leave and social sustainability in the Nordics. Astis Adalbjörg-Arnalds is assistant professor at the Faculty of Social Work at the University of Iceland. There are you. Good. She holds a PhD in social work, and her recent research focus is on family welfare, social policy, and the intersection of work and care. Welcome, Astis. Thank you.
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to the organizers for a very nice conference so far. So I'm going to say a few words about a recent report that has been published. Here is the cover of this report. It was published with support from the NIC, Gender Equality Fund, and I am one of the editors, along with Ann-Sofie de Wander, who is a professor at Stockholm University and Mid-Sweden University, and Johanna Lammi-Taskula, who is a researcher at the Finnish Institute for Health and Welfare. So the main aim of this report was to address to what extent the Nordic countries have been able to create and reform their parental leave policies to contribute to social sustainable development. So we are looking at how the Nordic countries have developed their policies during the 20 years. And thereby we're also looking into whether they have been making it possible to have children for those who so desire. And this figure you're probably all very familiar with. So these are the UN Social Development Goals. And I'm going to just say a few words on how parental policies can address some of these goals, because we are looking into how the Nordic parental leave policies are developing and how they may contribute to reaching some of these goals. So we argue in the introduction of the report that paid parental leave is a key aspect for sustainable societies, because paid parental leave focuses on gender equality, which is one of the goals of for sustainable development. So if parental leave is designed in such a way that to have an income replacement when people have to leave the labor market to have children, it supports gender equality because it supports women's and men's ability to stay in paid labor and not have to resign completely from the labor market when having children. And it also could encourage the care participation of both parents if both parents are encouraged to take parental leave. So it means that children will be cared for by mothers and fathers. It also can address the goal of having no poverty and reducing inequalities, because we have income replacement, so we're providing income during these caregiving periods. And it also addresses the goal of increasing health and well-being, because previous research has showed that paid parental leave can improve physical and mental health outcomes. And also, social sustainability has to do with social justice for all members of society. And in the Nordic countries, we have developed these universal paid parental leave schemes. So, and that's important, that it's a right for every citizen, not just a few. But as many of you probably know, the Nordic countries have a long history of cooperating on their family legislation. It started already in the 1920s, and they have been developing their family legislation in cooperation with the focus on gender equality and children's rights. And Sweden was the first Nordic country to introduce paid parental leave in the 1970s. So initially the paid parental leave was meant to enhance mothers' labor market participation so that they wouldn't have to resign from work when having children. But later on an emphasis became also on providing fathers with the opportunity to take part in care of their children. So from the 1990s, the Nordic countries started to introduce quotas for fathers, so to reserve a part of the parental leave period for fathers. And Norway was the first to do so. And research has shown that these quotas, they do in fact encourage both parents to use leave. But however, studies do highlight how entitlements and payments vary by employment status and education, and I will show you a bit of that later. So when looking into the parental leave policies and how parental leave is used, social disparities become evident. So here is what the parental leave schemes in the Nordic countries look like. All the Nordic countries provide parental leave for about a year and longer, and Sweden provides the longest leave. But now all the Nordic countries have quotas for both parents. So here we can see that the blue area is the quota for the mother. This is the part of the leave that can only be used by the parent that gives birth or adopts. And then the orange one can be used by either parent, and then the gray one is the part that can be used that are reserved for fathers or the second parent. So you see that, for example, Iceland, my country, we have the longest fathers quota. But if we look at the patterns, we can see that the Nordic countries are quite similar, in fact, in this regard. And in the report, we're kind of looking at the past 20 years and what has been going on in the development of the parental leave policies during the past 20 years. And here I just highlight some of the most recent reforms in the Nordic countries. So, for example, in 2022, Denmark took up the father's quota. So that was when fathers in Denmark gained the right to a 9-week quota. And this has actually been a very contested issue in Denmark, because Danes tend to value the freedom of choice, and they don't want to be obligated. They want to choose by themselves how to divide the leave between parents. So this father's quota in Denmark didn't come, it wasn't the Danish politicians who fought for this, but it was because of the EU directive on work-life balance that the Danes now have a father's quota, as the other Nordic countries have had for a much longer period of time. Now, in the same year, 2022, Finland extended their father's quota. Wow, 2 minutes left. Oh my God. And Iceland also extended their father's quota in 21. Sweden, now people can transfer part of the leave to the grandparents, and we also see a development towards more gender-neutral terminology. So most of the countries now don't speak of mothers and fathers to include same-sex parents as well. So yeah, I have to move quite fastly, but just to show you that the father's quota, they do work. They, in fact, this is a figure from Iceland, showing that after the father's quota was extended, the average length of leave for fathers has actually increased, and we see the same for the other Nordic countries that have recently extended their fathers' quotas. But we also see inequalities in leave use. So this is a figure from Sweden showing how the proportion of parents who share the leave equally and how that has developed over the past years. And we see that the most educated parents are much more likely to share the leave equally. And by time, this in fact has, the disparities between the educated parents and the less educated has actually increased. In terms of eligibility, so it's usually based on the income replacement is based on having had a previous income. But those who have not been in paid labor, they receive a minimum flat rate benefit. And this is very unequally distributed between groups. So this is our numbers from Finland. And here you can see that immigrants, especially immigrants from outside of Europe, they're much more likely to receive this flat rate benefit. So the challenges that we see is that although parental leave is increasingly being shared between parents, we still have a long way to go to reach gender equality. It's important to look at this in relation to the declining fertility rates. Who are the people not having children? So what we can see from previous research, and was also mentioned in the previous talk, that it is mostly the most disadvantaged that are refraining from having children, and these are also the ones that are the least likely to take a parental leave, especially the fathers, and they are least likely to share the parental leave. So classical concerns over the reconciliation of work and family life are still used as explanations for the declining fertility rates, but now they're situated in a new labor market context, and we have young people, for example, maybe not willing to have a stable position, maybe they can't have a stable position, and maybe they're not even willing to, and the parental leave benefits are based on previous labor market history, so we have this new context. And we also see a cultural shift towards more emphasis on parents' increased time and investment in children. So we have to consider that as well when considering parental leave policies. So this is my final slide, just to conclude that the Nordic welfare states' development leave policies include some important aspects that align with the social development goals. But however, we still see socioeconomic differences in how the leave is used, and these may actually have increased. And the focus on gender equality in the parental leave systems may actually hide other forms of inequalities. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you, Astis. We have time for one short question from the audience. Anyone? Here.
Hello, thank you very much. I wonder, you talk about the inequality that might exist, and we see that women in Sweden take more unpaid parental leave than men take paid leave. Mm-hmm. So do you have numbers in the other Nordic countries, or is it the same everywhere?
I'm not familiar with the other Nordic countries, but I know from my country, Iceland, that we have the same situation. Mothers take up unpaid leave or spread the leave over a longer period using a lower amount then of the benefit. And this, mothers do that to a much greater degree than fathers. And I actually wrote an article on this where we were comparing Iceland and Sweden. So we saw the same patterns in both countries. And in Iceland, it had to do with, of course, that, as in Sweden, that it's this belief that the mother is, there's still this belief that the mother is the best caretaker, and they don't want to put their child into daycare too early. And Iceland also, we saw that there's these hindrances that they can't even get in, there are not enough available daycare spaces. So they spread the leave to bridge the gap between paid parental leave and preschool. But still, this is falls on the mothers more often than fathers. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will be back here after the coffee break at 20 to 3. Yeah, 20 to 3, and you will hear more from Astis later on. Give her an applause. So make sure to be back here at 20 to 3, because then we'll talk about or hear about love, politics, and polarization. Not to miss out on. Our two next speakers will focus on the interesting focus of love, or the topic love, politics, and polarization. And here they are. Edvin Boye is the vice CEO and co-owner of Indicator, where he leads large-scale survey research projects across Sweden. He has a background in political science and public administration. And then we have Per-Ole Skog Tryggvason, who is PhD and Director of Public Opinion at Indicator. And his work centers on Swedish politics, public opinion, political polarization, many P's there, and media use. So it's a pleasure to welcome you both. Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much for inviting us here. It has been very interesting so far. But we are a little behind schedule, so I will fast forward this introduction that I will do. So we represent Indicator. We are a Swedish research company, and we conduct hundreds of surveys per year, mostly for Swedish public entities and organizations and universities. And we have seen a lot of our data here today. We are responsible for collecting the World Values Survey, the European Social Survey, and even the Vulnerable Neighbourhood Survey, as we saw, we are also involved in. So that's what we do. And in addition to this, we regularly carry out political polls. We are the official pollster of the Swedish radio, and our data is quite frequently in the Swedish public debate. And today's presentation is based on a survey that we initiated ourselves in early 2025 this year. And we wanted to explore the intersection of love and politics, and in particular, how important are political values when forming relationships. And the results were quite striking. And we found them so compelling that we wrote an article in the Swedish Dagens Nyheter, the debate, and a quite polarized debate followed on that. And in the context of this, the theme of this conference, the demographic crisis, our findings really highlight that these challenges might be accelerated by the widening gap between men and women in Sweden and all around the world when forming a relationship. So with that, I leave over to Per to take over.
I'll use this one. Yeah, so our talk here is going to be some political science that we're going to start by. We're talking about the demographic crisis, the fertility crisis. So before there's any babies, there's usually some love. So we're going to be on that side of the problem. But we're going to sort of start with a big trend in social science over the last couple of decades in Sweden and abroad, and that is the widening gap in gender polarization. This is something we've been seeing in Sweden and abroad. And we'll try to tie this to the love issue. But first, some nedslag, some fresh results. Yes, this is from today. We realized we regularly do opinion polls, but we don't usually divide them up by gender. This is just to illustrate how polarized the Swedish electorate is at this moment. It's very, very different worldviews that men and female and male voters have today. So just to exemplify, the Green Party, MP, for those who are not familiar with the Swedish lingo, is they are twice the size among women than among men. The Sweden Democrats, they are more than twice the size among men than women. So it's a really big difference. And this not only has to do with party choice, but on issues, and mainly on issues that are connected to sort of cultural values and policies connected to migration and in that sphere. So this is another example of a poll that we did last winter, and I apologize for the mix of languages here, but we're in the Nordic Welfare Forum, so maybe you have some Swedish knowledge. So last autumn, there was a hot debate in Sweden on what's called angiverilag. It's sort of a mandate from healthcare and school staff to inform the police when they encounter people who do not have permits to be in Sweden. And this was a very polarized issue, but if you look at the polarization between men and women, it's never seen such a striking finding. That among the men, was more than a third who think this was a really good suggestion. And among the women was almost as many who thought it was a really bad suggestion. So imagine sitting at the kitchen table discussing this topic at home. So that was how it is now. If you look at the sort of longitudinal development over time, this is from a book on Swedish elections. And you can see the ideological self-placement among men and women over time. You can see how it diverges. So the graph to the left shows the whole electorate. You can see that when the time series starts, it's a quite small gap between men and women in how you place yourself ideologically. As we go through time, it widens. But if we look at the other graph here, it's the young first-time voters. So young voters, I think it's under 21. You see that the gulf is getting quite enormous. So we have a generation of young men and young women who are drifting apart politically. And this is not only the case in Sweden, this is a global phenomenon. The source here is the Financial Times. John Murdoch, he usually does really nice visual examples. So he illustrates the share of young men and women who are conservative or liberal or left and right in a bunch of industrialized societies, and he sees the same sort of longitudinal pattern. So it's not just exclusive to Sweden, it's something that is going on. So, setting the sort of the problem or the sort of the state of where we are, that we have men and women, especially young men and women, who are far apart from each other. This is most the case when it comes to cultural values that, or cultural opinions that might be hard to sort of compromise. You can compromise on the tax rate, but it's harder to compromise on issues relating to migration or such. So, could these developments have any sort of consequences or implications beyond of politics? So we asked this question, how important you think that it's to have similar political views as your partner. This is just a baseline number for everyone. It's 46% think it's fairly or very important, and 48% think it's not that important. When we break it down, you can see here, female respondents to the left and male respondents to the right. You can see quite a stark difference between how important it is that you think that you want to have the similar opinions. This is valued at a much higher rate by women than by men. You can also focus a bit on the share who doesn't think it's important. So it's almost 6 out of 10 among the men. And this is very much connected to age. As you get older, or maybe not as you get older, but among the older respondents, you see that there is it's not that important, or less so, but it's more important among the youngest ones and up to 50. Here it becomes really interesting. Here we divide quite big sample. So here we could divide it on young women and young men. So it's 66% of the young women under 30, thinks it's very or somewhat important. If you compare that to the share among the young men, here's its majority who says it's not that important. So it's not only a big gulf between men and women in their political views, it's also a big gulf between the importance that you place on having these similar values. Here's just a sort of a trend line for over age here, and you can see that when it comes to women, it's mainly the share of very and fairly important. It's mainly at if you're under 40 or not. But being at the session that focuses on fertility, this is mainly the age where people meeting their loved ones and starting a family and having kids. This is not a very positive talk, maybe, but adding to the problem, in Sweden and in other societies, we have another gulf, another widening that we're seeing in this, that women are to a higher extent getting higher education than men. And here, when we divide when we present the results divided by gender and to what extent you have a university education or not, you can see that this is mostly important for women with the highest education. So even more of an issue. Finally, we break down and show sort of what other factors could explain this, or and one thing here is how you your own ideology. So this perceiving that you should have the similar opinions as your partner, it's not deemed as important on the whole political spectrum. Those who place themselves in the middle or on a left-right scale, they think it's less so important. Mostly important, it's those who place themselves to the left. But you see this traditional U-shaped pattern, but primarily people to the left. Just to break it down on party preference. So those who vote for the Left Party, vi, Vänsterpartiet, Green Party, MP, they are the ones who think it's most important. Least so are the Christian Democratic voters and the Swedish Democratic voters. They don't think this is, and also when we're not presenting it here now, but when you divide it up, if you're a male or a female voter, there's a consistent gap. So for all voters, there is that female voters think it's more important, whether you're a left partist or not. So yeah, summing it up, men and women are far apart or further apart than ever been before, at least in Sweden. They vote for different blocks. They think that different issues they have different worldviews, and they differ on the policy solutions. Especially so when it comes to not traditional economic issues, but more on cultural issues. And we find that for women, especially young women, political kinship is key when starting a relationship. So looking at the sort of the demographic crisis or the fertility rate problem, we might not have seen sort of the worst is yet to come if this is to be believed. So ending on a happy note. Yes.
Thank you so much. Are there questions from the audience? Yes, over there in the back.
You look at this. Yeah, thank you. Really interesting. Did you look at this by partnership status? Because I certainly agree. I think this drives the relationship recession, but it can also be an outcome of the relationship recession. So, could you tell about that?
Yes, there's a report in Swedish, and there we have divided it on the relationship status as well. And those who are single, female singles, are they're in the top, but it's not drastically different if you have a cohabitation, if you're a sambo, or if you're single. So it's, we don't see sort of a linear decline in that sense. So it's definitely a selection process in both the,
Anyone else? We have time for one more over there.
Thank you so much. I just want to say I'm a politician, so I knock a lot of doors in Sweden. And I can actually say the last election, I had sometimes to mediate between the man and the woman in a household because the differences were so big, Maybe he does, means that, and, so there are a lot of differences. But my question was, what do you say about the debate after your article, and what does that say about, how close we are to understand this problem and what's needed, to be done?
Yeah, it was a quite fierce debate. Sort of our only sort of policy recommendation is sort of what could help here is sort of lower the political tone, lower the sort of how to de-escalate polarization in general, so to not make these issues too salient, because then people are polarizing. It was very interesting getting the reactions, because it was unanimous from the left to the right. Everyone sort of took the results and they said, we were right. The left, there was a series of cultural debates on the left. It was, of course, look here, of course we don't want to date guys who don't share our worldviews. It's, of course, this is something that we're discussing all the time. And on the right, it was, look, the left are intolerant. They can't, the right are the ones who are most tolerant. The left are narrow-minded, that they are limiting their dating options based on political preferences. So.
Yeah, but the equation remains, and it's not solvable. There are a lot of women who are after guys that have similar values, but they are just not there. So mating is a problem. It's gonna be.
Thank you. We continue the discussion from there. We don't stop it there because we'll have a panel right now. But thank you so much. Give them a hand. And any unasked questions, save them for the mingle afterwards. Now I'll introduce our panel because we've had a deep dive into reproductive agency and social trust, and I think our panel, you can start coming up here, and yeah, I'll introduce you along the way. Yeah, so Lauri Salo could sit here from the left. He's chair of the Center Party Students in Finland. He's got a bachelor degree in economics and business administration and is also a member of the Nordic Youth Council Board. Then we have Grete Maria Avent. She has a bachelor's degree in sociology and she works at President Kaljulaid Foundation in Estonia, where she's in charge of a project about combating misogyny in Estonian youth. Then we have Joonas Kekkonen, sorry. He's head of development and education at Miessakit, a non-governmental experts organization in Finland dealing with men's well-being. And then we have a familiar face, Astis Adalbjörg Arnalds from the University of Iceland. And if I could please having you jump one step there, and then I'll jump in here. Warm seat, thank you. So we really celebrate having reproductive freedom in the Nordics, but at the same time, there's this collective concern or even consensus that the nativity is too low. Could you all, just to start with, just briefly share what this paradox brings to mind to you? Should we start here?
Yeah, I can start. I think these are not that opposite as maybe presented, but I think that one perspective that we are sometimes missing in this discussion is that we often think this is a society's problem, whereas it's society's problem, but it's also a personal tragedy if the wish and hopes for own family and own kids don't fulfill, and it has even broader effects than only that we don't have enough taxpayers in the future.
Working? Okay, good. I was very happy to hear the previous talk because the topic is very close to my heart. I wrote my bachelor thesis on Andrew Tate supporters in Estonia. So I interviewed boys ages 18 to 24 about their belief system, about how they feel about gender equality and the topics that are all under that umbrella. And the results were shocking, as I think you may expect. And I feel like I have been shouting from the rooftops about this problem for 2 years now. So I'm very happy to see that there is research being done in Nordic countries. I would like to say other Nordic countries because Estonia really strives to be one of you guys. So yeah, I think that we talk a lot about the economic ways we can support and kind of push young women into having children. And while those are very important, I do agree that before you have the first or the second or the third child, you need love. You need to have a partner you can trust. You need to have someone you can lean on with something as important as having a child. And if there's no one there to take that role for you, then there's not going to be any babies either.
And Joonas, to you.
To us, working with men in practical ways, this is an issue that comes up daily, and it's one of sorrow and despair. Men, more and more men feel that they are outside the whole discussion and they don't know what to do about it. And they feel left out, and the yearning for family and love is such that it seems to break them.
We'll get back to that. Ask this.
Yes, so what comes to mind is that well, voluntary childlessness, although it is on the rise, it's still not a large group. So in a survey we asked childless people what the main reason was for them not having children, and while 1/3 said they didn't want to have children, the majority, or 2/3, said that well, they were still waiting for the right time, and by that they meant that they were waiting for the possibility to get secure housing, for example. So I think that means that we are not providing enough support for those who do, in fact, want children. And I agree that it would be a tragedy if we would live in a world where there are hardly any children. What comes in mind is the interactions between generations, and I thought, because I'm providing my elderly parents with emotional support now when they are sick, and I think, okay, who will, although we have maybe a good healthcare system, but who will provide us with this emotional support when we turn older if we don't have any children or grandchildren?
Yes, and there a lot of the focus is on the young people right now, but the world we live in is quite a challenge for us all, and especially for young people. So Lauri, if I ask you from a student's perspective, what do you think are the main concerns and perhaps the most urgent actions if we want to support young people's family ambitions in right now?
Yeah, I'm gonna give 3 different perspectives to these problems, because I think this is not like there is no silver bullet to really solve this question. I think the first one is maybe the easiest one to solve, the financial and the effects to the career that might be because the babies cost money and they affect your career, and that's a fact. And as Anna said in her presentation, we already have the solutions. They just need money to really put them into action, so that we can have more financial support and not that big effects to the career. Also, I think the second point that's already been discussed a lot is the meeting the partner. It's a very tragedy again that if one doesn't meet the partner, they can and they want to make a family with, and I think this comes down to the value differences, and also the fact that there is much more women in higher education, so we need to make actions to have more men also in higher education, and I think we should have more feministic regional policies, so that there are more men and women meeting every day. And also the third perspective, I think this is the hardest one to achieve. It's the fate to the future and to the society in all, and this needs more throughout consideration and a bigger picture, I think. And it comes down to our schooling system, social and healthcare system, the loneliness epidemic, and also cultural changes about their relationships. And I think this is maybe the hardest one for politicians to make a change, but it's possible, and I think we need to make actions.
Thank you. And in order to meet, or in order to start a family, you actually, if you go back to that, you actually have to meet someone to start that family with. And we just heard about this growing polarization. So I'd ask you, Grete, at the President Kaljulaid Foundation, you work with these issues, and we're dealing with an international trend and so on. So what measures do you think could help bridging this gap between men and women right now?
That's a very good question, because people always ask me, like, so what can we do? And it's always like, I don't know. But I do think, and I am judging by my experience with interviewing the 10 boys that I spoke to, is that it's just, the first step is always dialogue. I feel like a lot of these conversations about this topic, starting from the ideological gap and also just about gender roles in the modern age, like how to act out your gender, what does the like real man do, and what's like a good role for a woman to take. I feel like a lot of these conversations don't include men. I feel like they are very left out of these conversations, and if these topics are being approached, then it oftentimes comes across as rude. It comes across as being anti-men, which, as someone that has studied sociology, obviously men are privileged and we live in a patriarchal society, but still the normal guy doesn't really see that he has a lot of these privileges. He doesn't see that he is winning in life in any aspect, and sometimes these discussions are ways of like eliminating men and kind of pushing them back into themselves so that they can't be honest about these topics. So I think that stepping into a fair and honest dialogue with them would be the first step, to kind of tell these men that are feeling left out of these discussions that, you know, we don't think you're all bad. You know, there's obviously always some bad apples, but we do value your opinion and you are a valuable member of society. And I think that that's what's really lacking, because even with my interviews, I remember these boys, we would usually talk for like an hour and a half, and I would hear these craziest, misogynistic, racist, homophobic things from their mouths. And, you know, my job as a researcher in that role was to just kind of smile and nod and be like, why do you feel that way? But then after those discussions, they were like, you're actually the first normal liberal woman I've ever spoken to. Like, you're so nice. And I think that, you know, I would like to think that the contact they had with me kind of made some sort of a change in their minds, that, you know, you can actually get along with people who are maybe on the political compass completely opposite of where you stand. So, yeah.
Yeah, Jonas, you work with men on a daily basis. Can you recognize that?
On top of everything that has been said, maybe I have a list too, again with the 3 points.
Okay.
The first point is that men discuss not finding women to have children with us. And the points that haven't been mentioned about this is that many men feel that they are algorithmically excluded from the dating pool, so that they can't find partners when almost all of the dating in Finland, at least, has been digitalized. And they don't know what to do about this. And then another group that discusses these things with us is gay guys. And they feel that they have difficulty finding ways to have children themselves. Not every one of them can find a woman to have a rainbow family with. And we are, at least in Finland, we are not going for rent a womb options now. So they feel really outside this discussion, and many of the gay guys would want to be fathers. So, but this is something that society can change. And then there are issues of trust. Men discuss the issue that they don't trust women and they don't trust officials. And they fear that even if they become fathers, that fatherhood can be taken away from them. They hear anecdotes about this, and those anecdotes really stick. How bureaucracies crush fatherhood and take the children and even give them to other people before the men can have their children. Usually this is part of divorces. We do divorce works, so we maybe see the worst divorces in Finland all the time, but at least in Finland, the men sometimes begin to think that they may have changed and their values may have changed so that they see value in fatherhood, but that women and bureaucrats in Finland don't see that yet. So they feel that they are in the forefront and everyone else is behind them. And then the third discussion that we have is that young men may feel that they have no future. They have environmental anxiety. They feel that bringing children into this world is something that is not responsible. And then they feel that there is no economic safety for them. And they are still the breadwinners. And even if they don't think that they should be breadwinners, at least some dating systems really seem to exclude men that are not that well off. So there is meaning to this discussion yet. But these are the main points. Trust, no future, and where to find women to have children with.
You also get into the pressure that that men and women feel today about being a mother or being a father, or the pressure about finding perhaps the perfect partner at all. What do you think can be done to ease this pressure? I know, Astis, you have been you've been seeing some of these issues in your research.
Yeah, so there are increased pressures on parents today that we didn't see a few years ago, and some of these ideas come from the States that but have been incorporated through social media to the Nordic countries, that you're supposed to spend a lot of time with your children. So people spend much more time with their children today than a few years ago, and you're supposed to invest in your children, take them to all these activities so the children can be the best versions of themselves. And actually, in some interviews we've done with people who have, women who have decided not to have children, a coworker of mine actually recently published an article in Icelandic, and the name of the article is "If I Could Be the Dad." So they say that I would be willing to have children if I could get rid of some of these responsibilities by being the male. So this means that maybe we're not providing enough support for gender equality, despite being the most gender equal region in the world. At least in my country, Iceland, one thing that we could do is put some more support into the early education and care system, because there's not a continuum between paid parental leave and preschool, and it's mostly the mothers that bridge this gap, and so they're to a larger degree sacrificing their career when taking care of children than men are, and maybe not all women are willing to make this sacrifice. So yeah, I think we need to look at the early education and care system, and not only in Iceland. I know also from Denmark that there's this issue of trust that, for example, the Danes, they have been taking in the youngest children to their preschools, but this number has been on the rise, and it's because of lack of trust in these institutions. So we have to ask ourselves why. What is happening there? Why are people not trusting the daycare institutions anymore?
And before we wrap up, I would like to get back to the inclusion aspect, because it's so central when we talk about the families we want and the societies we want. What do you, well, as we have heard, sometimes policies or support systems end up favoring some kinds of families or over others. So what would it take for the Nordic countries to be truly inclusive in this area? And you, any one of you can answer, and from your own point of view.
I can maybe start just to continue what I was describing already, that at least in my case in Iceland, that because of this lack of continuum between paid parental leave and preschool, we have to ask ourselves, who are the people, who are the parents who are able to resign from the labor market to bridge this gap? Those are probably the most affluent, or those who have a job they can return to, even though taking quite a long break. I think, not everyone has such a position. So yeah, we have to consider this, I think, when designing our policies, that we have to have this continuum. Yeah.
And if we get back to the young perspective, if we asked young adults today what inclusivity in family policy means to them, what do you think they would say?
I can answer. I think they would say that all the families matter, all the families are equal. So that I think we can't say that some families are better than others, or we don't need some forms of families, that the rainbow families, and also there is the rising idea of being like with your friend you can be a parent to a child, and I think that's a valuable perspective and interesting direction where we're going. So I think like so that we really recognize like all the forms of families.
I think that's a strong point to end on. Thank you so much. So give them an applause to Jonas, Lauri Salo, Grete, Jonas and Astis. And with that, I'll hand over to Sandra, who will take us through the final session.
Thank you, Heidi, and thank you all speakers and panelists for this very interesting discussion. And also previously we heard and saw very interesting presentations. Our last session will be focusing on institutional trust and crisis preparedness, how good or bad we are prepared for crisis, and what role in all these civil society organizations play. That will be discussed shortly after one last presentation. And the last presentation will be answering the question how to secure the functioning of society in very uncertain times. And that's why I would like to invite here Mina Lundgren. Mina holds a bachelor's degree in social work and PhD in sociology. She has many years of both research and practice in social work. And in her research, Mina focuses on issues of risk, communication, and migration. So Mina, the floor is yours. You will tell us many interesting and even complicated things, but afterwards we will discuss it with you and also one more expert, please.
Well, thank you. And I have to start with disappointing you. I will probably not answer this question, how we can secure the functioning of society, but hopefully I will... Well, some interesting thoughts will be raised and so on. So I said at dinner, well, first of all, I want to say that it's a pity that my colleague Ann-Sofi Duander is not here, since she's actually behind two of the presentations here today, mine and, yes, there, that way. Well, as I said at dinner last night, I'm happy that I grew up in the 1990s, because this was a decade of liberation and hope. And one might say that we were a bit naive in Sweden to dismantle much of our total defense system, but we truly had hope for a better future. And a better future than the one we are living now, where heavy rains expose vulnerabilities in our transport system, for example. In Sweden right now, we don't have a functioning railroad between the north and the south at present. And we also have an aggressive neighbor knocking on our door. So I'm going to talk today about the challenges to foresee and plan for healthcare and social care services in an uncertain future. I will argue that this is particularly challenging when our planning instruments are building on outdated imaginations of society. I need to clear, when I talk about healthcare in general, it's healthcare organized by the regions in Sweden, general healthcare. And I will talk about social care services, which means like the elderly centers, home care and care for people with disabilities, that is responsibilities for the municipalities. Now, let's see. Yes, I also want to mention that this presentation is based on a book chapter that Ann-Sofi and I wrote for a new publication that will be published this autumn. John, he previously showed a similar slide, so I will move on with my presentation, but keep your eyes open for this book. So in times of heightened alert or armed conflict, the Nordic countries face serious challenges in organizing healthcare and social care services. And these circumstances, they don't only affect individuals in need of support, but they also affect the organizations that deliver these services and the people who work in these services. And demand for healthcare and social care is expected to rise during a serious crisis or a war situation, and it still remains a bit uncertain how responsibility for meeting this demand will be shared. The health sector and the social care sectors are both fragmentized and largely privatized, and the sector also struggles with significant challenges even under normal conditions. And the majority of the workers in these sectors are women, and many of them are already experiencing considerable pressure. As we've heard previously today, healthcare and the care for older people and individuals with disabilities have for a long time been a central part of Nordic welfare, of the Nordic welfare model. But we've heard in previous presentations that that is not so much the case anymore. But ensuring that these services function well will be particularly important in times of severe crisis or war. And in Sweden, as a result of Russia's warfare in Ukraine, the security situation has changed, as in the other Nordic and Baltic countries. And in 2015, the government decided to resume total defense planning. And this means, among other things, that agencies carrying out essential societal functions must plan to be resilient. They must ensure that activities can continue during heightened alert or wartime and to be able to withstand strain. And this planning or preparedness activities, they include, among other things, planning for staff through total defense duty and wartime posting. And this is a system that was introduced after the Second World War. And at that time, it mainly involved assigning men to military defense service in the event of war, while these men held other positions in peace times. But with the current resumption of total defense planning, many authorities beyond the armed forces are now preparing for how their activities should function in the event of heightened alert or war. And this includes that they are assigning staff to wartime postings. But Nordic societies have undergone many changes since this total defense planning was first introduced, not least the fact that many women today participate in the workforce to a much higher extent than in the 1950s. I need to clarify some concepts of total defense duty, which applies to all Swedish citizens and permanent residents aged 16 to 70. It consists of three parts: military defense service, civil defense service, and general notice service. Military and civil service affect specific groups, such as people serving in the armed forces and the fire brigades, while general service duty can apply broadly to the working age population. And during heightened alert, the government may activate general service duty to ensure important societal functioning. And it means that people should just continue their work. They can also be reassigned to other workplaces, but they don't have the right to resign from their employment. And a key tool also for organizing this is wartime placement, or krigsplacering in Swedish, which specifies where an individual will serve in crisis. And this can be based on legal obligations, which is the military defense service or the civil defense service. Or it can also be based on employer planning, which means that public agencies responsible for critical services, they apply to the Swedish Defense Recruitment Agency and assign staff to wartime roles. And a person with a wartime posting cannot be asked to serve elsewhere. But different public agencies are doing this differently today. Some healthcare regions, for example, where most of the public healthcare is organized, sign up every employee for a wartime posting, whereas other as other regions, they're only signing key personnel on wartime postings, saying that the rest will continue the work under general service, notice service, or they can be transferred to other organizations where they may be of better use in case of an emergency. And the same goes for many municipalities that are responsible for social care for the elderly and people with disabilities. Moving on to changing labor markets. During the Second World War, women partly replaced conscripted men in the labor markets, but in the early 1950s, economic growth enabled families to live on a single income. Married women's work were often discouraged, and childcare options were limited, and the wages that women got, they were seen mainly as supplement to men's higher breadwinner wages. And the wartime placement system of that time assumed that women would take primary responsibility for home and children when men were called up to service. If you look at the preparedness pamphlets, you know, in Sweden we distributed this pamphlet if crisis or war comes twice during the past years, but you can look at the one from 1950s and 1960s, and you can even see in the images that men are the citizens who are out in society, whereas women are often portrayed together with children, elderly, and disabled. They are the ones who are supposed to be evacuated, whereas men should remain and defend the country. It's actually quite interesting to have a look at them. Anyway, today expectations of labor force participations are gender neutral. In April this year, women's employment rate in Sweden was almost 80% compared to 84% for men. And women make up the majority of employees in municipal and regional health and social care. And many also continue to carry the main responsibilities at home. I mentioned that the healthcare and social care sectors in Sweden are fragmentized and privatized, and John also made an excellent presentation on this earlier today. And the privatization of traditionally public welfare sectors have increased over time. And this ownership of healthcare and social care companies and the fragmentization of services raises questions about responsibility and the capacity to fulfill this responsibility. Because the legal obligations of private care providers during heightened alert or war are very unclear, as legislation was developed when nearly all healthcare and social services were publicly run. Privatization levels, they vary across the country. In some municipalities, almost all the services are privatized, whereas in other municipalities, almost none of the services are privatized. Many private providers are also internationally or foreign owned, and these organizations need to balance obligations across countries, and which may affect their continuity during crisis. So ultimately, responsibility for municipal and regional healthcare recipients lies within the public sector. So if a privately owned elderly care facility were to close during heightened alert, it's the municipality's responsibility to ensure service continuity, even if it lacks a reserve workforce. And there are also growing disparities in access to social care services between urban and rural areas. And in many rural municipalities, older people are overrepresented, and there are long distances that may become an even greater challenge during societal stress. And in addition to the increase in privatization of welfare services, non-traditional forms of employment have also grown. A notable example is the gig economy, where individuals provide services to companies or private clients through platforms. So one of my colleagues, Helena Håkansson, she has shown in her thesis that the gig economy has also influenced the welfare sector, where workers lack permanent employment and they must respond quickly to job requests, often juggling multiple potential employers. And many social care workers work for multiple employers. And in this sense, loyalty to a temporary employer is not guaranteed. And in cases of multiple employers, it may be impossible to remain loyal to all during a serious crisis. And hourly or on-call workers, they are not covered by general service duty to a particular employer, as they are considered employed only through the shifts that they have accepted. So employers who rely heavily on hourly staff, they may face significant challenges in times of heightened alert. And consequently, different employers, public and private, they may have varying responsibilities, varying capacities, and varying willingness to organize the needed care during crisis. And assessing care needs and available workforce needs will be a major challenge. Recruitment in the welfare sector is already a significant problem across the Nordic countries, and with much of service provision now privatized, municipalities and healthcare regions may struggle to get a comprehensive picture. And this raises questions about who works in healthcare and social care and what opportunities and limitations they face in fulfilling their duties during strained conditions. So, despite a labor market in flux and higher employment rates due to the current economic downturn, labor force participation remains high in the Nordic countries, largely because women participate extensively in the workforce. At the same time, the labor market remains highly segregated. Women are overrepresented in key welfare sectors, such as education, healthcare, and social care. These are essential services that must continue to function in times of severe crisis or war. For example, 87% of licensed nurses in Sweden are women. The most common profession in Sweden is assistant nurse, and 89% of the 130,000 assistant nurses in Sweden are women. Yes, women are also prominent in dentistry, and when it comes to physicians, it's about 50-50% men and women. Women not only dominate the workforce in municipal and regional healthcare and social care, but they also carry primary responsibility for childcare, household duties, and informal care for elderly relatives. And that the last one is usually a result of insufficient resources in the social care system. Healthcare jobs are rarely flexible. You cannot work remotely or from home if you work in an elderly care facility, for example. And part-time work remains common to balance professional and family obligations. 34% of Swedish health professionals work part-time, primarily due to workload and family commitments. Wartime conditions are likely to increase healthcare workload, and as authorities plan for societal crisis or wartime conditions, the dual roles and increasing responsibilities directly affects women in the public sector. Some may be assigned to wartime postings, while most are expected to continue at their regular workplaces under general service duty. In severe crisis, as I said, extended working hours or even relocation may be required, and reliable public transport is crucial for the workforce to function. In Sweden, women use public transport to a higher extent than men do, and in this sense, preparedness planning for childcare, public transport, healthcare, and social care is fundamentally a gendered issue and also an equity issue. We could see during the pandemic that some kindergartens or preschools had to close because of a lack of staff, because they were ill. And the open preschools were mainly open to children who had parents with like essential professions in relation to what was going on in society. But what happened with children, like a child to a single mom who didn't have employment but who took gigs to different healthcare providers? I mean, she didn't have a contract even to show that I'm having one of those essential professions. So this also means that it becomes difficult for employers to actually, I mean, to to say that we have personnel for a serious crisis event because they don't know if they have. And there are also significant disparities between native and foreign-born women, with many immigrant women remaining outside the workforce. In theory, those outside the labor market could be called up under general service duty to meet rising demands in healthcare or childcare. And we can make a historical parallel to the reserve workforce of women during the World War II. But when we think about it, deploying individuals without relevant training poses serious challenges. But that is a little bit outside the scope of this presentation, but it would be very interesting to look more into that. Yes, as in many other countries, not only the labor market has changed, family dynamics in Sweden has also changed significantly. We don't only have nuclear families, we have single parents. We have blended families with children from different relationships. One key factor that could affect workforce resilience in healthcare is that parental separation is relatively common. 73% of children aged between, from newborn to 21 lived with both biological parents last year, while the rest of the children lived with one parent and sometime with a new adult in the household. And about half of children living with one parent alternate between households, with most of the others primarily living with their mothers. Blended families are common. Around 10% of children in Sweden are living in such a family. And it's becoming increasingly common for adults to have children with multiple partners. Family structures also include same-sex parents and single parents by choice. And family dynamics matter for wartime placement and general service duty. If a parent is assigned to serve in another location, it increases the burden on the parent that remains at home. You cannot move together with the one who is serving elsewhere because you're maybe serving under general service duty and you cannot resign from your position and move away. There are also complexities connected to blended families with multiple children from different relationships or households. It's becoming harder to cover caregiving needs in these families. And you can compare all this to the 1950s. You have the image of the nuclear family with a mother working from home that would cover most of these responsibilities. And compare that to today. Another important issue is also, do I have 2 minutes? Yes, thank you. No, I don't have 2 minutes. Anyway, another important issue is professional homogamy, which means that parents are actually working within the same sector. 25% of people of physicians are married to another physician and 10% are living with a nurse. And I think it's 15% of people working in the police are living and having children with someone else working in the police force. And both these professions are very important in this system. So I assume you have to ask me very intelligent questions about the rest of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mina. Actually, also I would like to ask maybe now to join Jonas as well, and then we can discuss more together. So Jonas Rydberg, please come and join us here, Secretary General for the Association of Swedish City Missions, theologian with 25 years of experience in the welfare sector in Sweden. Sorry, Mina, that I said like no questions now to you, because we are really again running out of time, but thank you for your very interesting presentation. You started that you couldn't answer, you probably won't answer the question how to secure functioning of the society, but Jonas, I will ask you, maybe you will say that the role of civil society organizations is something that can help to secure functioning of society in a very uncertain times.
Yeah, thank you for having me here. I think I need to start, what is a civil society organization? Because nowadays when I ask people, even politicians, I don't get any answer. They kind of have a question mark. And I used to say, all citizens outside public and private sector is kind of civil society. So that means that if you work at public sector or private sector and go home from work, you are suddenly civil society. And the tricky one is politicians, because when you are a politician, you are not civil society. But when you're a member in a political party, you are civil society. And many politicians forget that actually, that the political parties are a part of civil society. I will also speak about civil society networks, because they are those who are growing the most right now. And I will also say CSO and CSN from now, because my
So organization and network, so we understand it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
The biggest growth is this digital networking in all kind of social media. They are very fast, they are very engaged, they are very loyal. They're kind of pop-up cultured. Often in big crises, they are the fastest coming to the places. Not Red Cross, not the Church of Sweden or anyone else. It's fast-growing digital groups. And the public authorities has very hard time to fund these digital groups or networks. So often, I look at you, often the private sector actually fund those groups. And also we in the civil society. And after some weeks or months, they probably or often asked the old ladies, for example, Red Cross and City Missions, to help them. Because after some months, they are often burned out and need structure. Yeah.
Ina, maybe I can ask also you.
Yeah.
There is also a national microphone. Can we say that maybe it's put it on this organization's shoulders to help society function during the crisis? And can we actually imagine how society can function without these organizations during the crisis?
Well, thank you. It's an interesting question. Organizations such as the Red Cross, they are all already working in the elderly care centers. They are the ones taking the elderly out for a walk because the staff don't have time to do it in this sense. But we must also remember when we talk about civil society that many of the people who are active in civil society, they're also working daytime. Civil society is not a bunch of people who have no employment or no income, or they have some kind of other income from somewhere. They're actually working people. So those who have to work 12 hours a day in the elderly care, for example, will they have energy if we have a serious situation in the country to go home, give kids dinner, and then go out, do civil society work? Sometimes I think we rely too much in the sense on civil society organizations. But I also want to compliment Jonas a bit, add something to what he said about civil society networks. I've been doing research on, civil society communication and activities in wartime Ukraine. And I would say that some civil society initiatives are not even networks. It's like occasional, one occasion you're gathering to create Molotov cocktail in a backyard, and people who come there, they may never meet again, but it's like popping up small initiatives like that at times. And that's increasingly important in that environment.
And I would just want to say that this is a big problem now in the planning, because the public sector and the authorities don't understand this fast development and change in how you can see in the civil society.
Yes, and I think also that in a sense we're a bit old-fashioned in the sense that we're channeling funding through the established civil society organizations. Because if we look at Sweden, for example, we have established civil society organizations in all the major cities, in the bigger cities, in the let's say, medium-sized communities and so on. But if we look at the sparsely populated areas in the north, you may have a Red Cross chapter, but it's dormant. You may your church parishes are becoming increasingly big, so you may not have activities in this area. But you may have a few people who are super active, but they don't have any associations, organizations behind them, so you cannot channel any funds through these people's initiatives. And I think we need to reconsider this sometimes.
So you're actually putting towards this big difference how these organizations can help in city areas, for example, or rural areas where they are really far away from some centers. Jonas?
Yeah, but I think the new era with the digital platforms can help even small villages more in that technique, probably.
Yeah, but not in doing practical work.
No, not hands and feet, but brains.
What support and resources these society organizations need to be reliable partners in crisis management?
This is a very interesting question. My experience is that after in between crises, politicians, they speak a lot of civil society, and they say it's very important, we are very important, and a big fat thank you. But they don't know how to strengthen us and get us vital, and especially in Sweden, actually, in Norway and in Denmark. Actually, civil society do almost 15% of the professional welfare production. And in Sweden, it's just 2%. And it's a historical explanation about that. It's the war. Sweden has not experienced war. So, don't think that civil society is important. Denmark and Norway know that civil society is very important in crisis. So they have maintained civil society in the welfare production. And my answer is I think that Sweden also need to open the doors for civil society. It's called idéburen, I don't know, non-profit, non-profit welfare. And if you do so, you strengthen and professionalize the civil society to be more prepared even in crisis.
Well, I'd like to go back to crisis preparedness, and sometimes we talk about civil society and crisis preparedness, but we're still focusing on like organizations such as the Red Cross, for example, or any of these. And I'd like to think in a broader perspective. I think that the Football Association and I mean the retired people's associations, they are super important when it comes to crisis preparedness, and there should be like some training initiatives for these organizations, because if we go back to warlike situations that we cross our fingers that we will never end up to, I mean, one of the most important thing is to protect our children and to try to give children as normal and everyday as possible, and that football trainings or basketball trainings that they continue, that's important. But I also think that the leaders, the trainers, they need preparedness training so that they can look out and see that, okay, this child looks like really skinny right now, we need to do something about it, or how they should communicate if the cell phone networks are down. I mean, do this kind of planning also in other kinds of, let's say, the non-traditional help associations or something, yes.
And you say a very important thing now. After 2015, when we had this refugee movement into Sweden, we were 5 organizations that promised each other to cooperate more. It was actually the Natural Sport Association, the Church of Sweden, the Swedish City Missions, Red Cross, and Save the Children. So nowadays we meet actually every, I think, 6 or 8, every second month, and just practice on those matters. Because the volunteer leaders in the sports organization is super important when it comes to crisis. And the civil society has thousands of safe meeting places all over the country. Safe meeting places. We have thousands of tons of second-hand clothes, even more now last year because the Swedes throw all the old clothes on us. And we have, for example, all the things, the kitchen, furniture, second-hand, that is very functional and very needy in crisis. And we have that all over the country.
Sorry, we also had a very good example on the pandemic, right? When actually this organization, I think your organization, were more involved this, like you're translating the policy initiatives into really everyday reality. It was about the vaccination and how you got that society is really...
Yeah, during the pandemic, we saw that, I worked in Stockholm right then. And we saw that in the suburbs, the authorities gave out information about the virus just in Swedish. And nobody understood what they said, and they didn't know anything about the virus. So they came to our meeting places and asked us, what is this? I got a letter. And we needed to translate as fast as possible to 10 or 15 different languages. And of course, the authorities came along. And then when the vaccination logistic began, actually the authorities totally forgot all the illegal paperless people in Sweden. They forgot the homeless, they forgot the mental or people that lived on the streets. I even heard politicians say, well, let's wait with those that are not legal. And I think that's totally misunderstanding what the pandemic are. You need to save people from being infected. It doesn't matter how legal you are. So that we could see, it's very important with those ears and eyes close to the streets and where people live when it comes to crisis.
I wanted to add something.
Yes, and I think that throughout the years of the pandemic, many municipalities and regional authorities, they learned that they needed to communicate in different languages. I remember, like, during one of the first months, they called me from region Uppsala because I was doing a project at that time on risk communication focusing on immigrants. And they called me, how should we do this? I mean, in that sense, it was very surprising to get these questions because somehow I thought that, well, it's quite simple. You should know your patients already, or you should know the people working for you. You should know the population in your region, but that was actually not the case. But they learned throughout the pandemic, and we saw some really nice initiatives by some like healthcare providers later on, at least in our part of the country.
There are still plenty of questions I would like to ask, and I know that you would probably also be interested, and I see that people are leaving for airplanes. But the last question, very, very shortly, do you want to share any recommendations for decision makers, for policy makers, like how we can do things better to really increase this social trust and also this trust in these organizations, please?
Yeah, because we are being speaking about trust and dignity this day. I think that's right now in Sweden the most important political issue is the proposal of qualifying for access to welfare. I don't know if all of you know that, but that's the biggest this autumn proposal from this government that. You split up people, and some of us that lives in Sweden need to qualify to get any welfare, And we in the City Missions of Sweden, we have counted on this together with the Red Cross and the Church of Sweden. And we see that probably over 100,000, including more than 50,000 kids in Sweden, legally living in Sweden, will not get basic social needs anymore if this comes to a social act or a law. And we say that we in the civil society, we are not willing and we can't. We are not prepared to take care of hundreds of thousands of people for their basic needs. And that is a very big paradigm shift in the Nordic welfare culture that is going on right now. So don't do that.
Thank you for such a concrete recommendation. Mina, the last comment from your side.
As what we can say from previous crises and wars is that poor people, people with chronic diseases, people with disabilities are often facing the worst outcomes of different disasters and wars. And we know that more equal societies where people are living under more equal conditions and have access to healthcare, have access to good education and so on, they are more robust societies. So I can just say, like Jonas said, well, don't do this.
So at least you agree on this. Thank you so much, Mina Lundgren and Jonas Rudberg, for your participation. Give an applause. And yes, now I think it's time to close our forum. We really had a wonderful, fruitful day, full of discussions, full of interesting information. And this is why I would like to invite for closing remarks and key takeaway messages, the director of Nordic Welfare Center, Eva Franzén, please.
Thank you. It's a great honor to close this important conference. And first I would like to thank all of you, participants, speakers, and panelists for all the stimulating contribution you have made here today. Each of you have played a vital role in deepening our understanding of this important topic, trust within the Nordic welfare state. I also want to extend my thanks to our moderators, Andrea Kroppa and the co-moderator, Heidi Orva, and of course to the organizers of the Nordic Welfare Center. And a special thanks goes to Pia Nevela-Westman, who, together with the Finnish presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers, who has been instrumental in shaping the content of this conference. So I thank you with an applaud. Over the course today, we have seen how public trust is increasingly pressure in the time of political uncertainty. As you have heard, economic crisis, the COVID-19 pandemic, Russian invasion of Ukraine, ongoing conflicts in the Middle East, and the accelerating climate change have intensified all these challenges. Together, they remind us how fragile trust can be and how essential it is for us to safeguard it. As this global pressure grows, societies are becoming more uncertain, unequal, and polarized, eroding the social contract between citizen and the state. Even here in Nordic region, where trust has traditionally been strong, we are beginning to see cracks. According to Sarah Kups and the OECD survey, trust in the Nordic region remains relatively high, but is under pressure. Today's presentation have shown how structure of social systems shape individual behavior and in turn influence the level of trust within the society. Professor Arnolds from Iceland and Dr. Lapidus offered a compelling insight in how parental leave policies and the emergence of parallel healthcare system in the Nordic region affect social sustainability, trust, and inequality. The declining fertility trend, in particular, must be understood in the light of the broader societal challenges facing young people today. These dynamics expose policy shortcomings that especially affect vulnerable groups and place growing pressure on resilience of our welfare institutions. As we reflect on the theme of trust, it's important to remember that trust isn't built solely through institutions. It's also shaped in our most personal relationship. We have heard that today. The report, Love and Politics, as we just heard about, political value matter not just in the political debate, but also in love. For many, shared political beliefs are seen as essential to building lasting partnerships. This tells us something profound. Trust begins within people and extends outwards, from the dinner table to the democratic arena. As several speakers have emphasized today, the Nordic countries are known for a high level of trust, both in political institutions and interpersonal relationship. Professor Kangas, where are you? There you are. Remind us that the trust is deeply influenced by how social policies are implemented. Policies that are universal, respectable, and predictable and respectful build trust, while selective and stigmatizing policies risk undermining it. Everyday experiences with bureaucracy play a crucial role in shaping overall trust in our society. As we look ahead, we must remember that trust is not a given. It's built through the choices we make, the system we design, and the respect we show every individual. Rebuilding trust requires inclusive governance, transparency, and fair economic redistribution. And we must also confront the urgent challenge of climate change. And there Professor Nelson gives us hope. He reminds us that the so-called eco-social growth trilemma, emphasizing that the resolution not necessarily lies in decoupling welfare from consumption by universal basic needs or services. In fact, the traditional Nordic welfare model with strong public support and well-designed transfer system might be the solution. Here in the Nordic countries, we should be in a better position than many other countries. Well-designed transfer systems have the potential to alleviate economic hardship and foster public support for essential environment reforms, enabling inclusive and sustainable transition without compromising with fairness and trust. So with this closing reflection, I hope that this conference offered you inspiration and valuable insights. As we have heard throughout the day, trust remained a vital foundation for our society, shaped by the policy we design, the institution we uphold, and the relationship we cultivate. The question of Nordic trust will remain central as we face future challenges. Let this conference serve as a reminder of why we must continue to strengthen the Nordic welfare model and protect the foundation of trust in our societies. So with this word, I thank you for all your contributions and making this day truly meaningful. And at last, I will invite you for a mingle outside, and I hope fully that you will continue this discussion. Thank you.